精彩纷呈。5月15日小组赛开拍，19日、20日分别是4分之一决赛和半决赛，21日和22日分别是牛杯与汤杯的最终角逐，精彩交锋，值得期待。汤姆斯杯赛是世界羽毛球男子团体赛的最高荣誉杯赛，创办于1948年，每2年一届。赛事奖杯汤姆斯杯由中国著名羽毛球运动员乔治·汤姆斯捐赠。在过去的28届汤姆斯杯赛中，共有4支队伍曾获得冠军，其中印尼队13次，中国队9次，马来西亚队5次，日本队1次。牛国杯赛是世界羽毛球女子团体赛的最高荣誉杯赛，创办于1956年，每2年一届。赛事奖杯牛国杯由中国著名羽毛球运动员贝蒂牛国捐赠。在过去的25届牛国杯赛中，中国队13次夺得冠军，日本队有5次，印尼队和美国队各3次，韩国队1次。2016年道达尔汤姆斯杯暨牛国杯赛由世界羽联授权，中国羽毛球协会、江苏省体育局、昆山市人民政府主办，昆山市体育局、昆山市体育中心发展有限公司承办。国际能源品牌道达尔技术整治赛事大力支持。本届赛事落入昆山，是汤姆斯杯和牛国杯由12支队伍扩军至10支之后的首次比赛，必将羽毛球队的精气神快乐带给这座城市热爱运动的人们，也将为这座城市的记忆写下最美好的故事。汤杯争夺，牛杯惊艳，汤牛双冠，玉立昆山。一切全面尽在5月15日至22日，昆山体育中心为您揭晓。
高考公告中有你更精彩。观众朋友们，为了更好的欣赏比赛，我们提醒您注意以下观赛原则：请您持票入场，对号入座。在羽毛球比赛的过程中，由于双方运动员的精神高度集中，所以请您协助我们共同保持赛场安静。运动员发球时，请不要呐喊加油，并且关闭您的手机或将手机调整到震动状态。另外，在比赛进行中，请不要使用闪光灯拍照，以免干扰双方运动员。在观赛过程中，请保管好您的私人物品，无人照看的物品将被视为安全隐患。2运动员到达真诚感谢您对赛事的支持。
Ladies and gentlemen, in order to better enjoy the competition, flash is not allowed during the game. Please turn off your cell phone or switch it to silent mode. Please behave yourself in the venue. Please take care of your personal belongings. Thank you for cooperation.
观
Welcome back to Kunshan, East China for the Thomas and Uber Cup Finals 2016. I'm Paul Hand. It's session 12 on day 4 of our continuing unrivaled coverage. The last of the Group A stage Thomas Cup match to be decided this evening. That's where we are, Kunshan, China. There's the badminton hall, and this is the schedule that we've had lined up for you. The first 4 days have been the tournament's group stages. 2 teams that will be decided this evening will win through their groups A to D. 16 teams took part in each event, the Thomas Cup and the Uber Cup, if you like, effectively the men's and women's World Team Championships. This is what we'll be watching. We have watched already today Denmark beating Chinese Taipei in the Thomas Cup Group D match. That was 3 matches to 2, and then Japan against India 3-2 just recently in the company of Jill Clark and Steen Pedersen. The Uber Cup Group D was decided. We will be turning our attention to this one, China against Japan. Clash of the Goliaths of Group A. Both have 2 wins, and both are playing significantly for the right to be seeded in tomorrow's quarterfinal encounters. There's the lineup that China had initially coming into the group stages, the 10 men they could draw from for their team. Of course, they need 2 doubles pairs and 3 singles players. They've been alternating their players quite cleverly to rest a couple of them, so to speak. Chen Long, he's played every match, the world #1. He is razor sharp. But it's going to be China, the top seeds, against the 5th seeds and defending champions, of course. This is the team that won in 2014 against Malaysia 3-2 in the final. There they are. They also have 4 singles players, 6 doubles players to draw on. A very strong team. And of course, Japan, the 4th nation, remarkably, to ever win the Thomas Cup in 2014. So tonight, 2 powerhouse nations, braced and poised and ready to do battle. It's Chen Long up first, world #1 against Sasaki, world #27. Following that, we've got Fu and Zhang against Endo and Hayakawa of Japan. And of course, notable in their absence from that Japanese side, Momoto and Kenichi, of course, very highly skilled players that were in the side when they got the win in 2014. So, can they do it again this evening? It's getting busy in here. The place is getting quite busy, and there's a really nice purr and crackle in nervous anticipation of this one. There's Chen Long and his opponent, Sasaki, just about to make their way out onto court. The court officials have graced us already. They're in position. So out come our players any second now. By nature of their work already this week, both these teams will be inked into quarterfinal berths, but the significance of this match is that the winner of this match will be seeded. There's only 4 seeds and 8 teams go through to the quarterfinals. That's what they're playing for this evening. Of course, a seeded position might give them a slightly preferable draw. That's what's at stake. And of course, for these guys in blue and white, the Chinese team, an opportunity to avenge that 2014 loss to Japan. China, white-hot favourites for the event generally, having had emphatic wins over Mexico and France, 5-0 respectively, but Japan have done just the same, mirroring those scores. So all to play for this evening. Sasaki elected to serve after Chen Long chose ends. So, both teams, very importantly, are clearly very loaded with their team selection. They've gone with their A teams for this one. Big fixture for them. And of course, it's a sort of interesting talking point, isn't it, as a captain? Do you go with your big guns in the group stages to give them sort of hall exposure and getting used to the drift, all of those kind of issues, or do you rest them a little bit? And Lin Dan had a rest day on the second day of play. Chen Long, he's played every match. So that, a statement of intent. This, a big moment, though, for both teams. Japan in red, other side of the net. Defending champions of this very title. Chen Long, is he about to get Team China on the way to avenging that loss a couple of years ago? That's the intent. That's why both teams have gone heavy on selection. They want to make a good statement out here. But, of course, that talking point, interestingly, about the Japanese Federation banning Momota, Sago, and one other player, Nishimota, as well. All notable in absence, all very highly skilled. Now, will this dent the might of Japan? That's the question on everybody's lips. Sho Sasaki, age 33, a veteran of the game, if you will, still ranked at 27, though very respectably. Been as high as 6th in the world 4 years ago, October 2012. Resides in Toyama, the lefty. Head-to-head now, that doesn't look favourable from Sho Sasaki's perspective. He's lost all 5 to Chen Long over the years. And indeed, he hasn't ever won a game off the world #1. So an emphatic head-to-head showing for Chen Long. This man's played 10 tournaments in 2016. Quarterfinals of the German Open. Lost to Lin Dan in 3. Beat Jano Jorgensen, though, in the opening round of the Singapore Open.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Also wins against Vitingus as well at the All England Open 2015, and Victor Axelsen as well.
MetLife Japan, presented by Sasaki Sho. Japan to serve. Hello. Play.
So, Sho Sasaki to get us underway for Team Japan. Well, we've established over the 3 days that we've been here already that the drift is blowing onto the face of Sho Sasaki, albeit quite minimal.
Service 1, 4, 2, 1.
On the adjacent court to the right of this one, China are playing Denmark in the Uber Cup Group A decider, if you will, as well. Li Jure gracing the court against Natalia Vogt.
6-1.
2-all.
Wonderful slice to finish the point. Chen Long didn't get a read on that one. Very uncharacteristic. Not even moving for the shuttle on that occasion. Well played, Sasaki.
8-1.
So this man didn't play on Monday. He did on Sunday, though, when they had the 5-0 win over France. So that's very good tactically, the Japanese team, in terms of selection. Very smart. And probably a wise move to take on the might of Chen Long, to have a rest day yesterday. And really just save your resources. Of course, let's be honest, he's 33 years of age, so that will probably have helped, you'd imagine, if none less than psychologically. Down the line and just buckling Sasaki, but we're still level on the scoreboard. Thunderous, to the delight of the partisan crowd. As if they need that home court advantage. It really is like a cauldron out here. There's a sea of red tracksuits just to the right of Sho Sasaki at the back of the court there. Big Chinese support. Oh, very nicely done from the lefty. Well, I guess, you know, when you cast your eyes back over that head-to-head showing of 5-0 in favour of this man, that you would imagine that Sho Sasaki can be very free and throw caution to the wind, really. What's he got to lose? Everybody kind of expects him to lose, frankly, so he can be just that little bit more liberal with the shot selection.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Well, they've been alternating points so far throughout, although it's still early doors. Interesting. Well, this fella beat Thomas Russell of France on day one, 23-21. In the third game, that was an hour and 4 minutes it took him, but he wriggled by to get his team on the run, so to speak. They ended up winning 5-0 against France in the end, which was a very good result. As France aren't a weak side. Indeed, they just crushed Mexico. So we do know that whatever happens out of this match, in terms of the two teams that are sent home, it will be France and the group debutants, Mexico. Good to see them here, though, having won the Pan Am Continental Championships. It's a real treat having them along for the first time. Oh, that's a beautiful reverse slice. Shuttle dropped like a stone here. Take a look at this one again. The way he just carves around the side of it. Look at the angle. Highly skilled shot from Sho Sasaki, who's doing very, very well. He's got this sort of very humble, gracious, quiet look about him, hasn't he? Very diligent, very focused. Chen Long looking relaxed.
over. 8-7.
Well, he knows he's got to stay with Qianlong. Every point has so much significance, and particularly going into that mid-game interval, it's critical to stay with him. This man, otherwise he's going to just shift through the gears and accelerate away, you'd imagine.
7-14.
It was wide, good lead from Shaw.
7 over.
He doesn't quite have the power of Qianlong on the evidence of what we've seen, but what he does have is a locked down, resilient defense and a strong athleticism to make a lot of play and ask a lot of questions of Qianlong. And he's a man of experience at 33 years old. He's been around a long time. It's a beautiful touch as well. And the added bonus of being a left-hander. Collective delight from the Chinese fans.
7 over. 9-8.
He's got a bit of a look of a rabbit in the headlights, hasn't he, this man? Qianlong far more relaxed, the way that he's ambling around the court between points, able to relax with the assurance of the quality that he knows he can bring. Oh, that's wide too. Well played, Sasaki. Staying in touch with Qianlong. Who knows? He may get a little tight.
9-4.
Good work from the Japanese #1 player here.
9-13. Reserve 9-16.
9-4.
Sagiso 14-9.
That's over. 10-9.
Reserve 17-9. 15-9.
And I would say in the Kunshan Sports Centre at 7:20 in the evening here, I would say with two-thirds full. 6,000 capacity, the seating here in this wonderful setup. Relatively new stadium.
9, 18-9.
Yeah, the short lift got what it deserved, and it's Qianlong with a margin of 2 points ahead as we head to the mid-game interval. To the crowd's delight, that one, a real roar from them collectively. There's a real honesty about the way this man goes about his business, isn't there? And for that, he gains a lot of respect from the Chinese. He hasn't shunned the work. That's evident in the strength of those quads and the upper body, wiry strong as well. He's carrying so little fat. What an athlete he is. Always so balanced. Never hinges from the back, always bends from the knees. Poised, the head is still. Tough to knock off balance. Wonderful athlete. He's 2 points clear of Sasaki now.
And
there's a real precision about Sho Sasaki's shots. Well measured and weighted.
11-18.
Good leave. Doesn't quite have the same weight of smash as Qianlong. But he is quick and with all of his match experience over the years, he has terrific perception skills, this man. Been around a long time. We spoke of his wins earlier. He said wins over Victor Axelsen in the Japan Open last year, Hans-Christian Vertingas at the All England Open last year, Jano Jorgensen, first round Singapore Open this year. Lost to Lin Dan in 3 sets in the German Open quarterfinals. Awkward customer. That's spilled wide as well. He sensed that his opponent was on fast recovery back to the center of the court, ripped it down the other way. What a turnaround for Chen Long there. Sasaki had left the gate open over there. This was a terrific gap. Look at that. How did he win that point? That's how to neutralize. Oh, that's a poor lead. It's easy from here, though, isn't it?
19.
12, 11.
Go to 20 seconds. Go to 20 seconds.
Well, as spirited as Sasaki's defense is, that was too much for him. It looks a little ruffled, does Chen Long. He's having to really ratchet up the power on these smashes because the little fellow in red is like lightning quick. So again, he trails by 2 points.
11.
Show it. 1 all. Service 2. 15, 20.
Over. 12, 13.
Well read. Got on top of that really quickly. At its highest point.
Top game won by Germany.
Remarkably, when you cast your eye over the head-to-head showings, Sho Sasaki has come close to winning a game. Twice. He's got to 19 points against Chen Long, but no more. Chen Long opting to play at the end that he is, with the drift on his back. And that really does favour Sho Sasaki, because he can really punch those lifts and clears. But he needed a little bit more pop on that last one. Great return. He's a tricky customer, no doubt about it. But can he turn all of those skills into a W? He's going to have to play the match of his life to do so. But he does look extremely focused. Incredible tight net shots. That spilled wide, and credit to this man. What a well-engineered point, so disciplined, so tight to the net.
14, all.
Power through that smash, and still it came back. So we're level opening game. He's keeping the pressure on Chen Long admirably. Crowd are trying to get behind their man. He's Olympic bound, this player, with Momoto out and Kenichi Tago as well.
Service 1 love. 6-2.
He wants this opening game so badly. Little greedy there was Sasaki with the tight net shot.
14.
3-6.
The last matchup between these two, incidentally, was back in August 2013 at the BWF World Championships. It's been 2.5 years or so. Sasaki seemingly much improved, causing a real headache for Chen right now.
15.
Still nothing between them. Deadlock on the scoreboard. Now, who's going to consolidate on all of this good work so far? A real test of character from now on in. Each of these points seemingly almost doubling in significance as we head towards the business end of this opening game. Both desperate to get their nation a match win. Perfectly weighted drive slash lift, if you will. So he has the upper hand for the first time in a long while for Sasaki. Oh, that's a shame. He had it just where he wanted him. Chen made to work extremely hard out here. Both men showcasing their talents on this global stage. As well over the back line. How did Sasaki turn that point around? Straining every sinew on this wide backhand. Here it comes. Let's take a look at it right here. Look at that. A remarkable turnaround. What an athlete. Oh, this one's building into a real climax, this game. It's so tight. There's no calling it. World number 27, proving a real handful to a man that he's never taken a game against in the last 5 attempts, albeit the last match was back in August 2013. Can he do so now? He has the marginal lead of a point. Deception, and that's something that he doesn't do that well normally. He's normally fairly textbook, Sasaki. Let's take a look at this one again. This slice so laden with spin. Chen didn't even see it, unusually. Three points away from the opening game. didn't miss by much. A very brave lead. There's Lin Dan.
17-18.
World number 3. Indeed, they've 3 top teners in their singles, the Chinese team. That really is quite astonishing, isn't it, in itself? Houwei up to his career high of 6 in the world.
8, 7.
Thunderous from Sasaki, the penultimate smash, the one that did the damage. He's closing in here on this opening game. Chen Long's going to have to bring his A game from now on in. There's nowhere else to go. His back is up against the wall. And you've got to stand up and fight in that situation.
Good, 20 seconds. Good, 20 seconds. Good, good.
Brilliant smash. Powered through the world number 1. Put that together with some resilient defensive skills. And this man now, from nowhere, 3 game points. Chen Long, frankly, looking around in disbelief.
17.
Can he do something he's never done before? In the 5 match showings against Chen Long. Take a game from the world number 1. Wonderful point. And the Chinese and world number 1.
Over. 18-20.
It was that tight cross net shot that did the damage from Chen Long. Put Sasaki in all sorts of bother. But he still has 2 game point opportunities.
Okay, 9, 5, 7, 11, 10. Endo.
Opened up the court so effectively and then just nudged to the gap to seal the point. Look at this. 19-20. Well, he saved 2 game points. Chen Long, still work to do. Outrageous that he went for the big serve then. And a wall of noise has just hit Sasaki. Chen Long, cometh the hour, cometh the man. He brought his very best when he needed to at the business end of that game against a man whose defense has been immaculate thus far. So the game will be decided by 2 clear points then, and rightly so. Both men bringing their A game simultaneously to the crowd's delight. It's a real treat, this one, and really living up to its billing. We've been on court for 26 minutes.
20 all.
And they're locked in at 20 all.
Service over. 12, 11.
It's large wide. Good play from Sasaki. So calm in the eye of the storm. There's real mental toughness about this fellow, who certainly has so far brought his very best, and he's needed to. Now, fourth game point opportunity. The man in red.
Service over. 13 all.
8.
That's an untimely string break for Chen Long, and it cost him control at the back end of that opening game. Sasaki, take a bow. You've done something he's never done before. Wonderfully spirited opening game, a compelling watch. Good signs then for the defending champions here. He's a real powerhouse, this man. He might not quite have the overhead pace of Chen Long, but he makes up for it in his defensive attributes. And he's carried a real sense of calm as well. And some unbelievable gets throughout this opening game so far. He's got that still-eyed gaze of a man very, very focused. It would mean so much to him to beat a world #1 in his backyard, in front of a wall of Chinese noise. You can see that the Sasaki smash placement going to the right of the court more often, but he's hit more winners when he's gone to the backhand side of Chen Long. And a couple of times, characteristically, Chen Long has just stood there when Sasaki sliced. Now, is he aware of that? Are the coaches aware of that? Are they telling him that? Go there more often, surely. Make life slightly easier for yourself. Second game. First game to Japan. Great lead. So focused. But there's been an incredible precision about the way that Sasaki has gone about his business. Everything just measured to near perfect margins, seemingly. Testament to the level of his concentration. Really is playing like a mental giant right now, Sasaki. Does he have enough to get across the finish line? That's what everybody wants to know. Well, the coaches will be fully aware, as will this player. There's a long way to go against the man of Chen Long's world #1 quality. He's heralded and bejeweled as a consequence with multiple titles, and conceding the opening game is not a big deal to him. But it is when your opponent's playing this well.
Okay.
Chen Long looks down at the racket as if to say, what's happening out here? Must have been the shuffle. But in terms of drift, Chen Long will be happier. Chinese players always take the end normally with the drift on their back if given the choice, because then they can just be that little bit more free swinging with it on their face, if you will. Risk of spilling long over the back line is minimized. Look at the precision from Sasaki. Remarkable. Oh, buckling smash straight down the line.
2号场地将要进行的是刘国辉小组赛中国队对阵丹麦队的第2场比赛，女子双打。有请技术官员。
I think what makes this so intriguing is it's frankly disbelief from the world number 27. It's just a really high level of performance from him. He's up in top gear from the off. It was a sparkling start from both. And this is such a treat to watch.
陈清晨，唐渊婷，中国。
陈清晨，唐渊婷 ，China。
梅肯，弗雷格尔德，萨拉蒂格森，丹麦。
Nathan Freeman, Sarah Tiggerson, Denmark.
Just a little rushed with the nature of the backhand from Chen Long. Rushed him into error there.
3-4.
4号场地将要进行的是刘国辉小组赛澳大利亚对阵德国队的第2场比赛，女子单打。有请技术官员。
Court 4, the group stage of the Uber Cup, women's singles.
Oh, it's been called wide. And I'm glad that Sasaki challenged here, because to me, not that my eyes are great, but that did look very, very close. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's inside the line, according to my eyes. Certainly on the line. If I'm wrong, I'm off to the opticians. Nervous moments for Chen Long as well at this stage, trailing a game. Huge difference between 4-all and 5-3 when you're down a game. Doesn't look entirely settled, just seeking some advice from... Oh, I am going to the opticians. That was out. Wow. There you are. You can't argue with Hawkeye.
4-all. JPN, 1 challenge remaining.
So Chen Long levels up then with a successful challenge. That'll delight him.
8.
Draws level in this second game. This all-important must-win game from his perspective. Yes, just enough bite on that smash. He's only a little fella, but he's got a very strong core. Power-packed overhead.
5-4.
Ready to play?
真正考虑需要进行的是康普西杯小组赛，新西兰队对阵南非队的第二
Deadly accurate down that side. Interesting, because on the graphic that we saw at the tail end of the opening game, suggesting he was very fruitful in going across with his forehand smash across to Chen Long's backhand, but playing against the odds and coming up trumps. Lady Luck on his side as well. A respectful hand of apology, though, offered to Chen Long. It's been a match played in great spirit. Now, can he consolidate on this good work? A game and a 3-point advantage to Sho Sasaki. My name's Paul Hand, and this is just a real treat. I hope you'll agree. A little too greedy with the straight net shot. But we haven't said that too often. He's been so solid throughout. Sho Sasaki playing well above his ranking. Now, of course, it's how you react to moments like that. Is he going to be haunted by the internal demons inside his head, or can he keep heading to the sun, metaphorically? A positive mental attitude of can and will do. Good steep angle he got on that. There, Chen Long, the second bite of the cherry in that point. I thought when he closed on the net there, the point was over, but he just played a delicate drop instead. There was fantastic to set the point up. Couldn't quite get to that shuttle at the highest point there. But look at this. Ripped that overhead.
Service over. 1-0.
Now, can he get to the mid-game interval with the advantage? Sasaki.
Out. Service over. 2-1.
I bet the world #1 has his way.
6-8.
Service over. 2-0. Play.
He's mixed his smashes so well, has Sasaki.
3-2.
Outrageous.
5-1.
Oh, wonderful point for both.
7-8.
Generally, it's been neck and neck, these net exchanges so close. Sho Sasaki has won a lot of points from the backcourt in this game, with some power smashes and a lot of variety around the power smash as well. We've seen he can go both ways, and this caused a real concern for Chen Long, who is struggling to get a really early read on the man.
7-8.
Of course, he will play far fewer lefties than he will righties. We know that he doesn't spend that much time practicing with Lindau as well, so another lefty, of course. Good lead. Well, Sasaki opting not to challenge. He must have seen space himself.
8-all.
3 in a row then for Chen Long. The menacing presence of the world #1 back to haunt the Japanese player.
5-0.
So that's 5 points in a row now.
10-8.
Trailing 5-8. He's 10-8 up. Good work from the world number one. We wondered how long Sasaki could keep that level of intensity up for. There's your answer.
7.
So the interval they go, and it's this man that's been patient and diligent throughout, and he's just found a window in the clouds, if you will. An array of sunshine pours through for him. Very gesticulative chat with the coaches regarding tactics.
Go front, 20 seconds. Go front, 20 seconds.
Come out.
Thank you.
So is this where Chen Long accelerates away? A wonderful passage of play for this player.
20 seconds.
Play.
20 seconds.
He's been tested to the max in that opening game. Power smash. Beg your pardon, it was indeed just wide. So Sasaki stops the rot. Good lead.
There's 8, 9, 11.
Judging by the sound in the hall, that one finds its mark. 4 points adrift, this man. Done remarkably well and really rode the momentum since he went to the mid-game interval. 11-8. He's come out, played a really strong start after that. Now, will that contain and swing his fortune in this second game, Sasaki? who played so well in the opening game to seal it 22-20. Defense from both.
Sonoda, 16-11.
Well, this match has the feel of Chen Long swinging it around now, doesn't it? Where it was all the energy was in the way of Sasaki. Until, what was it, 8-5? And then suddenly he lost his way in the second game. Chen ran with the lead well, and that one spilling along on the back line as well. So suddenly,
17-11.
There's an inevitability about the way that Chen Long will probably level up here, you'd have to agree. Sasaki's challenged. It was close. Look at this, thunderous. What a dig from Chen Long there, and then the... Ooh, it's very, very close. Again, it's taken upstairs by Sasaki. What will it confirm? Because you feel if Chen has made this, then that pretty much kind of psychologically seals the game for him, you'd imagine. That would put him only 3 points away. If he doesn't, then it's all to play for. What does that say? Oh, he's found it, hasn't he? Yeah, he's found the line. To the delight of the partisan crowd. As we approach 8 o'clock local time. Just 9 minutes shy of an hour on court, these two. It's been a really compelling watch so far. Surely it's irretrievable, this game against the world #1. Stranger things have happened. Oh, it's a great idea. Close the net down quickly.
13.
But he couldn't execute. Deceptive. but it's long again. And in keeping with the drift, we've seen it quite a few times this game. I'd say at least 4, maybe 5 times that he spilled over the back line. That weighs heavy in terms of unforced errors. Something that in the first game we didn't see at all.
9.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. You thought he'd be absolutely shattered, having retrieved the point endlessly from Chen Long. Look at the close after this. He's dived from left to right, but look at that athleticism. Got the shuttle so high and just flicked it through the body of Chen Long. Delightful. So he's won 3 of the last 4 points, has Sasaki, and he needs to. He's doing a terrific job in terms of mixing the directional patterns off of his own smash. Japanese team having a ball. From the last 5 points have gone in the favour of short Sasaki. He's a man on a mission today, but has Chen Long escaped too far ahead in this game? Still 3 points between them. Matched on rear court winners at 13 each. So we've seen that quite a bit in this game, and that'll frustrate him. 4 game point opportunities for the world #1 to treat us to a deciding game.
Over. 17-20.
First game won by China, 3-1-6.
Convinced. Umpire says no, long way out.
Second game won by China, 21-17.
So a drawn level. Now, which way is this deciding game going to go? It was that critical run of 6 points for Chen Long in the middle of that second game that enabled him to head to the mid-game interval with some authority. Well, that is credit to the variety of the short Sasaki smash direction. Just very tough to read. But now, Chen Long has the awkward end, if you will, as drift is concerned.
他自己的节奏。
而且他这个地方，他球给的很高，
很高。
你这时候不速度，你要一步往上拿就，加油。
So Chen is hitting more winning smashes then, down to the forehand side of the lefty.
Clock run, 20 seconds. Clock run, 20 seconds.
Now, can this player, the 33-year-old, world rank 27, what does he have in the deciding game? Can he recreate the form that he found, the sparkles of absolute brilliance in the opening game? It's all about the start, of course, because if Chen Long gets a run of points, as he did so well in the middle of that second game, he'll run away with it, you feel. All to play for. Shootout game here. Watching the deciding match in Group A, China against Japan. They both had 2 wins, both beating Mexico and France 5-0. So there's nothing between them in matches won I should say, and score. They're dead level with 2 wins. This is to decide who gets seeded moving into the quarterfinals. There'll be a fresh draw tonight after the last of these 4 matches on this evening. They'll do battle again tomorrow. I think that's why people really warm to Chen Long, because he's so humble. Had to go at the body, did so with authority, but apologetic afterwards. Would he do it again? Of course he would every time.
There's 1, 3.
The opening game, just a little bit more spice and chili on that smash, and it gets it done. So Chen Long really means business now. Does Sasaki have any more left in the tank? He had a rest day yesterday, the man in red, where Chen Long didn't. He's played both his singles matches. So he's fresh as Sasaki. Look at the body weight transfer through that smash. That was never coming back. Plenty to ponder for this man. He's got to throw caution to the wind, has Sho Sasaki, and go after this. Chen Long isn't just going to miss, he's got to be proactive. Become a familiar sight, hasn't it? The athleticism and imposing physicality of the world #1. Now, bullying barrage of winners from him, getting on the front foot more often than not and really dictating the play out here. retrieved that off the net cord. Stabilized the point, neutralized well. Had the opening, missed the off smash. Very unlike him. But it opens the account and the scoreboard, gets it rolling for Sasaki in this deciding game. Pivotal one, the one that matters most. Well played. Oh. Well, an immediate challenge from Chen, who seemed so assured that it was out, but both lines judges had their hands down. Well, we didn't see it there. A wry smile over the face of Chen. He seems convinced. And it is out, he's right. How can you question me? Suggests the world #1. Hawkeye, just such a great invention, isn't it? Whoever thought of it? Amazing.
6-1. Play.
4, 3.
Got a little lucky there as it just took a bit of a skip off the net cord. Sasaki losing control, hit a kind of nothing shot. Chen so quick to close the net down. Just so super agile, the astonishing athleticism of the world #1 coming to the fore. He's just a machine, this man, with the way that he glides around the court so effortlessly. Giant power to weight ratio. Such a light frame up top, powered by these two big engines down below. His legs don't really match his body, do they? They're just colossal in comparison. And he really has ramped up the power on this smash throughout the third game. Well, is there a comeback for this man? Takes a deep breath of relaxation because he's going to have to go to the trenches if he wants to turn this around. He knows how dangerous Sasaki is. That's why he desperately wanted a do-over, if you will, with this shot. Look at that retrieving. Sasaki down and out, gets back up to his feet. The shuttle gets behind him. Luckily, it's spilt long. minor lapse in concentration, but credit to him, he's just played so well of just prior to the last 2 points. Combine that with a raising of the bar from this man. Stealthy and Cobra-like. Look how quick he is to close there. There was almost some hang time around the net as he executed that backhand flick. Layers of vision has Chen long, so it always makes you nervous when he challenges. Long, grueling point, and yes, it's a chance for a breather. But let's have a look, it was very close. Sasaki had his arm out extended as if to say it was definitely out. Umpires agreed with him, and he is right. It was out. So, challenge unsuccessful for Chen Long.
Unsuccessful. 4-10.
3 out of the last 4 points then in favour of the Japanese player.
Challenge remaining.
Just as you thought that this man was coming through at a canter, and it all started looking rather academic. He was playing with more assurance, more convincing badminton, but then suddenly a backlash from Sasaki. Will it be short-lived? Brilliant, brilliant touch. I think that's inside the line. It is on the line, on the very edge. So the mid-game interval, the change of ends in the decider. And 11-4 is a considerable distance when you're up against the world number one. Been taking them progressively earlier and earlier. So, can he ride this one home and get the W on the scoreboard for his team? Well, he's got some beautiful cross-net shots, Sasaki, so tight. to that net.
Service over.
Look at this. That was the one that did the damage. You've got Chen Long at full extension, and even he, with his powerful physique, couldn't quite stabilise back in the centre of the court. Look at that. That's a great dig. Gets back using the opposite arm for terrific balance of that wiry, strong frame, but to no avail because of the accuracy of the down-the-line smash from Sasaki.
5-11.
Well, he is a thing of beauty to watch. So alert, well played. Chen Long throwing the kitchen sink at him then, just trying to rush him off the court, but staying very alert. He knows how lucky he got there too. He just happened to have the racket up and in the way. Well read. Chen Long glared at him as if to say, "What's that?" So 11-6 we are now. 2 consecutives for Sho. Well, another challenge. It was deemed immediately in from the hands down from the lines judge. Chen Long having none of it. Let's take a look. Ooh, that is close. It's out. He's right again. Of the crowd.
Top 4 advancement of Ubica women's doubles, Australia versus Germany. Lean 2 Royal Sonoda, Australia. Isabel Hattrick, Eva Jensen's, Germany.
We've seen many of them this game in particular, as well as that second game. There's just that little bit more heat on him, getting his body behind and through the smash so effectively. And Sasaki was so resilient in his defense in the opening game, but not so now. Chen Long ratcheting up the power above. Well, Sasaki starting to look just a little bit forlorn and battle weary now, and Chen Long to the contrary, despite playing 2 from 2 matches, looks as fresh as a daisy. All starting to unravel for Sho Sasaki.
New Zealand versus South Africa.
4 in a row. Points, that is, for Chen Long.
Andrews Miller, South
He's had
Africa.
2 runs of 4 and a run of 5 points consecutively in this game. Decision and execution, 2 from 2 for the world number 1.
16-6.
Well, he has complete control over this last game now, despite some brilliance from Sho Sasaki. He's just got that little extra on everything that he does, Chen Long. chance now to close that net down with such discipline and speed. Doesn't want to allow this man another window of opportunity because he respects just how dangerous Sasaki can be when he's full of confidence.
Ready to play. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen,
Deadly accurate, hit with pace as well, catches the eye of Sho Sasaki as if to say, do you really want to go the distance with me?
One low, serve over, one lock. Ready to play. Serve over, 1-4. Low.
Brilliant point, but look how hard Sho had to work for that point. Chen Long, Terminator-like in his quest to get towards the win. This third game from Chen Long has been immaculate. He's been so frugal in error. And Sasaki puffing as a consequence. He's been given nothing cheap. Still 10 points adrift. Chen Long just 3 points away. Surely he'll not be denied now. He's had extra sizzle on everything he's done in this deciding game. Well, he deserved that. Struck it well. That's why he's so loved. Look at that, so gracious and humble in that situation. Small Japanese contingent in the hall cheering as loudly as they can after a wonderful point from the lefty. But is it too little too late? This last game has been a bit like watching a middleweight boxer take on a heavyweight. Chen Long has just had more on everything that he's done. Ooh, that's missed, hasn't it? Pretty sure, yeah. 2 in a row for Sho Sasaki, and no challenge from Chen Long. He knew it as soon as he struck it. But this man has played with more authority when it really mattered. It was a slightly wobbly start from him, a little too passive perhaps.
Over 3-8 5.
beautiful play. 3 in a row then for Shu. It's a real tonic for him at this stage, you'd imagine.
11-19.
Over 6-8. Correction. Service over. 5-9. 7.
Good lead. So court aware.
Serves over. 20, match point, 11.
9 of them for Chen Long, who has really shown his character this evening.
9-7.
This man really has played his part, hasn't he? He's got his head down so diligently. He's done something that he's never, ever done before in the previous 5 head-to-head showings against Chen Long. He's taken a game, had to work extremely hard for it, produced some brilliant badminton. But you feel the void just a little too far now for Sasaki. There it is, drifts over the back line, and it's 21-12 for Chen Long. Crowd generous in their applause and appreciation of the work and honesty that this man put in. The world number 1, I should say, prevails in a punishing 3-game encounter.
Come back China, 20, 22, 21, 17, 21-12.
So popular throughout because he works so hard on and off the court. He's much loved, and that was a game of real quality. 84 minutes it took. 21-12, the deciding game in favour of the world number 1. So China go 1-0 up in this tie. Well, that's where we are in the overall match score. Chen Long, after that long, very entertaining opening match, then came through after just, what was it, 84 minutes played, I believe. Really good win for him. In the end, he got there. Went the long way round, though, round the houses to get the win. Great opening game, so entertaining. So, up next then, Haifeng and Zhang. They're up against Endo and Hayakawa of Japan. The 29 and 30-year-olds from Japan, world ranked 7th, up against the world ranked 3rd pairing in men's doubles 1 then from China. And I can tell you that head-to-head wise, Fu and Zhang are 4-2 up on the head-to-head showings. But Endo and Hayakawa, the 7th ranked pairing on the right of the graphic there, second down, they won recently at the All England Open. 21-19, 21-12, so the last win going to them. Well, that might have some significance in this evening's outcome. Who knows? But they need, really, do Team Japan to win this one to level the tie at 1 each. Otherwise, you feel China favourites to run away with it as such. My name's Paul Hand, and I'm really enjoying having your company on this day 4, session 12 of our extensive coverage of the Thomas and Uber Cup. All important today, of course, because both teams fighting for the right to gain one of the top 4 seeded spots in tomorrow's redraw, if you will, of the top 8 nations. And these two could effectively play each other again tomorrow. It could all be done again. It just again depends who and how they get pulled out of the hat tonight. That's all going to be after the last shuttle is struck on the 4 courts this evening. I can tell you that China are playing Denmark in the Uber Cup alongside out on court 2. China are 2-0 up in the tie there against Denmark, and Wang Yihan is game point up, several of them against Anna Thea Madsen. So China getting a stranglehold over the Danes in the Uber Cup. So strong in that event, aren't they? As are the Chinese men as well, their compatriots. So dominant throughout. So players led out then by Haifeng and Zhang. There are the 2 Japanese opponents. Hayakawa at the front and Endo at the back. So who's going to serve? The left-hander. Endo's going to receive then.
And you guys are going to be on.
So this man really very dangerous on the doubles court. He's a very strong forearm, strong external and internal rotators, and he's very, very snappy and a real treat to watch him play. Fu Haifeng, his partner Zhang with his back to us, with the shaven sides of his head on the right of the picture as we look. They are Zhang, 26 years old, the right-hander in the team. His partner 32, but as I say, they're ranked 3rd. They've been as high as world number 1s. That was back in September 2012, and also, tell a lie, July 2015 as well. This man, very, very explosive, very dangerous, very strong in the arm. His arm is like the size of my leg. He's huge. A really strong, powerful athlete. And it means, of course, that when he's close to the net, suddenly from nowhere, he can just flick a winner. Kenichi, Hayakawa, both world ranked 7th. The Japanese team, 30 years old. Really good at the front court, and the plan is to get into the front court as often as they can, frankly. It's a well-known fact. But these two, twice All England Open finalists. And haven't managed to get the win, but there's Hiroyuki Endo, 29 years old. There's the head-to-head showing for the players ranked slightly higher at third in the world. They lead the head-to-heads 4-2. But, and it is a big but, last meeting, as you can see there, was won by the Japanese in straight games. 21-19, 21-12 at the All England Open. Back in March. So the coaching team is changed because it's a different discipline. So the third best team in the world against the seventh best team in the world should be a cracker. And of course, with Lindan lined up next to do business against Takuma Ueda, 44th ranked against Lindan, third in the world, you'd imagine that this really is a must-win match for these two players in red and white.
Represented by Endo and Kenichi. And on my left, China represented by Haifeng and Zhang. China to serve. Haifeng to Endo. Hiroyuki. Lowell. Play.
So Fu to get us underway then. In blue and white, top left of your picture for China.
It's over. 1-0. Oh! Over. 1-all.
Met 4 times in 2015, these two teams. And it was all Fu and Zhang. They won each of the showings that year. November 2014 was the only other win that Hiroyuki, Endo and Kenichi Hayakawa had over the higher seeds.
It's over. 2-all.
He's so deadly with that, isn't he? A real message to the opponents, that one.
2.
Did well getting that one back, Hayakawa. The next shot just slammed through the floor of the court. Well, they say he's got one of the most powerful smashes in the men's doubles game. Not only is it hard, but he gets right up there, so it's often coming from a very steep angle. And I'm told by my good friend Steen Pedersen that steep is better than hard, because so many good players today, particularly in men's doubles, have really strong defenses. And they're super agile. But very often if you hit it hard, it comes back hard as well. But if you can get it steep, you get the angle right down, then generally it's more favorable. And that Fu does a lot. You can see he was trying it there. But he's a remarkably explosive athlete. He's got this very stern business face when he gets out there. The 32-year-old. There he is, the lefty. Outs. Well, it's quick, it's decisive, flat, hard drives, and they crunch through each other. Nobody very keen to lift the shuttle, understandably so. All these 4 athletes are incredibly explosive up above. And It's about getting on the front foot, getting close to the net for the front court player and just trying to intercept as much as they can and just hammer through low and fast and hard, really. Great return from Hiroyuki Endo. Right into the slot. Barrage of what, 7 or 8 penetrating smashes. Ultimately, Fu having the last laugh, as he so often does. Resilient defense from these two.
7-5.
Well, in his quest to keep that serve so tight to the net, he finds the tape. 3-point. Endo and Hayakawa. Gratefully received, I'm sure. Straight into the chest of Hayakawa. The Chinese couple have only played 4 tournaments together this year. But boy, do they look sharp. Quarterfinals of the All England Open and the Malaysian Open. Semi-finals of the Badminton Asian Championships recently. They won the Singapore Open, though, these two. Winning the fast, flat, hard exchange. These two, the Japanese players, played 5 times this year. Runners-up of the All England Open. Losing to Ivanov and Sozonov. Of course, I think it's Ivanov that's out with an injury at the moment. Semi-finalists at the German Open. Quarter-finalists Malaysian Open. Lost to Lian Yu, top seed. A couple of second-round showings for these two as well. Round of 16 at Singapore Open. Lost to Lian Liu. The Asian Badminton Championships as well. Their goal is clearly to get Hayakawa to the net as quickly as possible. He's very, very good in the front court, but you can only do what you're allowed to. And you can see that the other two have accurate buckling pace, and so hard for them to get in there.
11-7. Play.
7-9.
See how important it is and what it means to the players after that mid-game interval to get the ball rolling again. Having had the momentum coming into the mid-game interval, Fu visibly frustrated at not sustaining that momentum. So important to run with the lead as much as you can. Redeem themselves that point.
12-8.
Brilliant. Fabulous reflexes from both teams. I was just watching Fu during that rally and just how quick he was at intervening, intercepting so much. Sheer arm strength, frankly, and core strength. The Japanese duo doing very well to come out the right side of that point. So just a little confusion about who's serving to who. Oh, so quick to close. So effective in the forecourt.
10-12.
Sets that up beautifully. It's a set play that I'm sure he's done a lot of in practice. Well, they were doing so well, the Chinese carrying on, keeping Hayakawa out of the point, and then suddenly he managed to intervene, and there was no looking back. He's very, very quick in the front court.
11-12.
Long, grueling rally. Just the 1 point between them. Both teams having a couple of runs of 3 points. Rushing through into error. So Endo and Hayakawa draw level. Having been 11 points to 8 down at the mid-game interval. That's strong work from these two.
12-all.
4 points in a row for the Reds and Whites.
Disorder, 13-12.
Now the momentum in the favour of the Chinese. So from 4 in a row against them to 3 in a row in their favour. Well, it's a risk you take as a front court player. If you're too tight to that net, the only thing you do is rush yourself. In attempting to rush your opponents, it's easy to just sort of get it a little too tight to the net, and the shuttle's behind you and you lose control. That's why it's so important to have that racket tip right up in the air in anticipation to minimize that preparation time. Zhang that puts the lid on the point. Japanese duo more and more in that defensive position, a lot more often than they'd like to. Well, there will have been a diagnosis from Team China at the All England Open when Fu and Zhang lost to this team.
Service over, 16-13.
And I'm sure patterns of play will have been created, albeit very, very subtle, to make life that much harder for the Reds and Whites. Brilliant point. Point of the match so far. How did they turn that around? Hayakawa coming to the rescue with very quick hands at the front court. But immaculate defense.
Court 2, the group stage of the Ueda women's doubles. Let's welcome the technical officials. Now let's welcome the players. Peng Jinhua, Zhao Yunwei, China. Lion Joseph, Max Poulsen, Denmark.
Steep angle from Endo on the overhead, on the smash, I should say. Great kill. It's a well-worked point. So they were trailing by 3 points, 16-13, but now diligent work has drawn them level, 16-all. So as we head towards the business end of this opening game, there's so little between both teams.
17-all.
errors coming. Team China.
18-17.
Almost had too long on the shuttle there. Now, they've not been ahead too often in this opening game, Endo and Hayakawa, but they're just 3 points away from this game. Well, as quick as he is, that was a terrific early return from Zhang.
18-all.
Took a calculated risk and it paid off. Hayakawa, with his lightning quick hands, couldn't respond in time.
Court 4, the group stage of the Ueda Cup women's singles, Australia versus Germany.
第七局，澳大利亚。
Tiffany Hall, Australia.
第一分局，德
Iran Lee, Germany.
Terrific defense from Endo.
Server 19-18.
Decisive, firmly struck right to the hole on the court. Still deadlock in this game.
It's over. 19-all.
Oh, it's wide.
Game point 19.
Game point opportunity there for the Chinese team. Having worked so diligently throughout both teams, it's a crushing blow to whoever loses this tight opening game. Brilliant tackle, timely as well. (21-19), they seal the opening game.
First game won by China, 21-19.
Well, in fairness, Zhang and Fu had themselves in the lead a lot more often in that opening game than did the Japanese duo. So a just result in the end, you feel. But it still feels like there's a lot of badminton left in this match.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. Second game.
extraordinary strength from the arm of Fu, because the shuttle was behind him on a couple of occasions in that rally, but he still managed to dig it out. To no avail in the end, though. Well played. Hayakawa. Terrific return. Zhang does that well. He closes so fast. It's a real risk, and you think on occasions he'd be a sucker for the flick serve, but seems to get away with it. These two are the hair product boys, aren't they? They like the wax and the gel in the hair. The Chinese duo opting for the shorter, more practical cut. The net there, closing it down, taking time and space away from the red and white team. Didn't he do well at getting back there? That's the sweat wiped off the court, but look at this. Almost turned that around. This as well, when he's so strong in the arm, even if it does get behind him, he's still got a fighting chance because he can just flick that wrist with massive strength. Dangerous player, because so often over the years, points have almost been won against him, but he'll just claw them out from seemingly irretrievable positions. It's a handy asset to have for this player. So far.
Service over. Five, four.
The tempo astonishing in this men's doubles. Flat, hard drives that are often lights out intensity. And they're all coming back. Great to watch. So Endo and Hayakawa desperate to stop the momentum the Chinese players have built, wanting to walk towards the towel, and the umpire gestures, yeah, okay. Again, powering through, a real reluctance to lift. They're on the front foot, and they will not be denied. 3 in a row for Fu and Zhang. Really turning the screw now. Well, that's what happens. You have to be brave, and fortune favours the brave very much in double, but sometimes they come at a cost. And you know, you sometimes get tagged. Fu did well there. It's like diving after the shuttle that didn't quite make its way over anyway, to stop just in front of the net post. He wants that white, of course, but he was really on a mission to this one. Did well to lay up there and just keep his legs from riding on to crunch into the net post. Very well done, good strong core. So now they have a big advantage. 6 points in a row, as well as a run of 4 points just prior to that. So it's been a run of 4, a run of 3 for the Japanese, and then a run of 6 for the Chinese. Oh, brilliance from Fu. And again, that throbbing forearm coming into play just in time. Look how quick he was there. Saw the opening as well, and just managed to nudge it down through the alley. Oh, very respectfully listening to everything the coaches had to say. They've really put it together in this second game. So the pearls of wisdom from the Chinese coaching bench coming to fruition.
Way.
Well, the Japanese duo, they're doing very, very well to get on the front foot and turn that point around, because more often than not, on the evidence of what we've seen of late, it's been the Blues that have, in this Chelsea-Arsenal look-alike match, it's been the Blues that have been on the front foot in the attacking positions more often. And here they go again. Well played though, good defence.
6-11.
Again, quick hands from Hayakawa in his favoured part of the court. That was a good turnaround from them here. Look how quick he was to close. Keeping the angle in his knees as well, so he had somewhere to go. Sometimes when players sort of stand up too early in the rally, there's nowhere to go and they'll just collapse down. Delighted. Generous hand from the bench, as well as all around the stadium. Zhang was on the floor at one stage there. Here he goes. He's down but not out. Does well to get back and recover that court position. Fu, meanwhile, is just thrashing at smashes as he does so well. That was a terrific dig. Look at that. Did well to recompose and get back up and go on to win the point. Fantastic.
12-6. Over 7-12.
Well, 3 from the last 4 points for the for these two. Well played. He managed to get it past Zhang at the net there. Did Endo up the line? So suddenly the run of form very much in the favour of the red and whites. They're clawing this deficit back. Still 4 points adrift with work to do. Wow, they're on a mission.
9-12. Over 13-9.
Oh, what a waste of a brilliant flick serve from Fu.
It's over 10-13. Play.
And Zhang is getting a lot of the exposure from the Japanese players. They are just hammering the shuttle his side more often than not. Fully aware of the strength of Fu. And they're isolating their man. 7 of the last 9 points have gone in their favour. Make that 8 from 10 now. And they're pulling this second game out of the fire.
12-13.
These two are really up against it now. The momentum very much with the Japanese.
It's over. 14-12.
Look at all the play. Where's it going most of the time? When he gets involved, he's deadly. Thunderous pace up there. He really has. Very strong.
15-12.
Lucky there, but they all count.
It's over. 13-15.
Well, it was an extremely close opening game, and in keeping with that now, contrary to what we thought about 15 minutes or so ago, this really is very, very close. Despite the aggressive court position, Fu uncharacteristically just getting a little overexcited there, trying to hit that
14-15.
final sort of semi-smash away. And they're back level, remarkably, 15-all. To remind those of you, if you were just joining us, Team China were 11-4 up here at the mid-game interval. 15-12 up, and now deadlock.
15-all.
Again, few nets. String went as well, so he can be pardoned or excused. Most players keen to cut the broken restring out in case the frame distorts. And he's happy just to get on with it. Points in a row for the Japanese. They've had multiple runs of three of them this game. Defense to attack, all over the place. Well, Endo carrying a real calm about him. But extremely alert, these two. They really have had the run of this recent passage of play. Indeed, since 11-4 down, they've only dropped 3 points. It's out. Good lead for Fu.
Over 60-17.
Angle, clever return. All the experience of the 32-year-old lefty coming to the fore. Now, and his partner do the same. Zhang very quick at the fourth quarter as well. Well, he's underperformed of late, this man. I don't like him. He's normally so solid. Whether it's a pressure thing, I don't know. But he's been the weak link at the moment. Only marginally, and respectfully said, because he's a very, very accomplished player, but it's him who's been a little more errant than the other three. That said, look at how he retrieved that. He's so quick to pounce on that type of serve. It's a very high-risk return, but it pays dividends for him a lot. So there, he's been up against it throughout this match. He's risen to the occasion when it matters most. So after 47 minutes then, match point. Denied. Maybe 2 points that decides the game. Too clear, I should say. The Japanese have, as Sasaki did in the singles, fought their hearts out here. Got what it deserved. Dispatched by Hayakawa.
21-20.
determined to get it done in straight games. Penetration from Fu.
21 all.
Brilliant rally. And again, it gives game point to the Japanese after another wonderful turnaround. .10 minutes shy of an hour they've been out there on this match court, and we've been treated to some brilliant men's doubles. Are they going to take us to a decider? No, says Fu. Did really well in retrieving the flick serve, but then he turned it around and had his way in the end. Look at that, he was a bit more cautious there. That was higher percentage. But that one slam dunked him to the deck. All. Oh yes, sustained pressure from the Japanese team. And the Chinese wilted in the very end. Wow. A little confusion down the middle, in the middle of the point. So third game point opportunity here for Endo and Hayakawa. Nerves get the better of the best in the world from time to time. Challenge from the two Chinese, who were both insistent immediately, so crushed the weight of the Endo smash. Anxious moments these. Deadlock in this deciding game, locked in 23 all. Tension etched all over their faces. Junhui taking a little while. Oh, it's way out. Oh, Hayakawa has suggested that it clipped Fu on the way through. A point. Couldn't really see clearly whether it clipped. He wants to see it again. He wants to see it again. But the umpires say it's final. Although he has a point in case, really. Well, the standoff is because the Japanese players are insisting that it hit Zhang on the way through, and hence that's why the shuttle was kind of crushed almost in two and almost distorted. But they're going to continue anyhow. But with this
Part 3, the group stage of Thomas Cup, men's doubles, New Zealand versus South Africa.
Irritation fuel their motivation. And yes, there was a high five very firmly struck between the Japanese after that, and a right smile as well. They're back level though. Okay, so we've another challenge from Zhang and Fu. Shown in the slow-mo, well in.
Play.
Four men completely dialed in, makes for brilliant watch. But now, the turn of the slight underdogs in terms of ranking. They have another game point opportunity. I think that's number 4. Return of serve, Team China. Cheeky from Endo, a real sense of calm.
26-25.
So again, Hayakawa on his own serve here. Is he going to go with the flick? Zhang can close extremely quickly if it's low and short. Let's have a look.
Part 2, the group stage of BWF women's singles. Let's welcome the technical officials.
That's it. Will they be treated to a decider? 27-25. They snatched the second game, having been right down in that game. Wow, they were
One game all.
They were 11-4 down at the mid-game interval, and they pulled that one out of the fire.
サービスからのドブに移動そこでこれであなたのあれになってで今攻撃もできたでしょで早川ポップしたらあなたうまくね自分のポジション取ってして相手移動あなた助かるし遠慮その少し左右じゃなくて遠慮もし向けたらあなたもいけ我慢してねいけもしあなたパクっちゃったら次もう一回カバー欲しいそれだけど頼むねためを早川ね打ったら遠慮ここから打ったら絶対あなたちょっとクロスバッティでいいわあんまりそうないんだからね例えば遠慮ここから打ったら下がっていいよそこからあなた打てないでもあなたもう一回設定できるんですよ相手も手に見せてのでは周知ですここはもう大丈夫ねあなたのタイミングねサーフからほとんど今ここからお姉さんがこんな線でしたいさっきいっぱいあなたちょっと先今ちょっとあなたちょっとクロス待ってからここライフなんかもっときついでしょうねそこがあなたの勝負ねいいよいいよ自分の試合自分の試合サーフ終わりは1、2、3球絶対相手に触らせないの前に上げてとジャンガンのヘアピンのイメージってちょっとハーフダウンあるからちょっとサービスっていうのもちょっと自分そこ待ちイメージ
Which is in the Japanese camp particularly animated.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
Of course, if the Japanese duo can win this one, it'll keep the tie very much alive, locked in at 1-1. But Team China really had the upper hand there. As I said, I keep on mentioning it, 11-4 in that second game, but that's a really good turnaround from these two. Just drawing on that deep-seated belief that despite trailing on the head-to-head showings 4-2, they won the last one, more importantly. In the
Final game.
All England Open back in March in straight games. So that's given them a sense of confidence, you feel. Here we go then, start of the decider. Surely you have to flick serve Zhang, don't you, with his ability just to quickly pounce on that return? Oh, he almost made that as well. And you can see how effective Endo was with the blocking off of Fu's pace. Really accurately back cross court to the hole in the court. They seem to have so much time on the shuttle, these guys, because they live at such a high tempo with their practice routines.
One, two.
That was really quick from Hayakawa, wow, because Zhang was on the return like lightning. So, scoreboard symmetry. Game all, 2-all. Reflexive brilliance from Zhang. To be in the right place at the right time there, that's for sure. Such an even contest between the 3rd and 7th ranked team in the world.
Four. 2.
5-8. 4-3. 5-2. It's over. 3-5.
Deadly around the net. Hayakawa. Quick with those hands.
3-2.
4-5.
Comes down to the smallest of margins, doesn't it? And can have the largest of consequences in this great game.
5-all.
So again, as Fu and Zhang attempt to accelerate away, they just pegged back. 3 ahead and now level. It's become a familiar feature of the match, the ability to retrieve the score so well. Team Japan.
It's over. 6-5.
That would have been a beautiful example of how to turn the point around, but just missing what seemed like the easiest shot in the rally there. Hayakawa, having worked so diligently as well. It's a real shame for them. Look at his face, tells its own story, doesn't it? Disbelief.
7-5.
But there's no point getting all emotive about it, because of course that uses precious energy. Energy which is required to the nth degree in this sort of long drawn-out contest. Been on court for an hour and 7 minutes in this Thomas Group A decider of who's going to be seeded in the quarterfinals. Both teams have qualified, of course, but this is about bragging rights. It goes beyond that. China, well, they're desperate to avenge that 2014 loss. They've had so few of them over the years, really, China. And, well, they just want to put the record straight. For Japan, they want to be seeded as well, and only one team can be. So it's all to play for.
It's over. 8-6.
Good lead.
Nine, 6.
9-4.
It's over. 7-9.
This is the third hosting in China of this Thomas Uber Cup. 4 years ago in Wuhan, China won both the Thomas and the Uber Cup. 3-0 the scoreline in both. This is the 29th edition of the Thomas Cup and the 26th edition of the Uber Cup, the ladies event, if you will. Over the 67 years of the tournament history, the Thomas Cup has been won remarkably only by 4 nations, and the last nation to do it were indeed Japan just a couple of years ago. It's a biannual event, of course, so they were the last defending champions. It's gone, spilt long. Fu and Zhang edge ahead in this decider by just 2 points. We know how dangerous the Japanese duo are at clawing it back. Team China have 9 titles in this event. Japan, just the 1. China have also been in the final another twice on top of that. Very strong and dictatorial. Wonderful body shot from Endo to Fu.
9-10.
But as we said at the top of the program, both teams have pulled out their toughest side in their quest to get the seeding advantage going into the quarterfinals. So again, in keeping with the whole match, Japan draw level. So 3 in a row then for the Japanese duo as they change ends at the mid-game interval. Really immaculate defensive qualities and the ability to dig deep with such resilience and turn unthinkable situations around. To remind those of you, if you are just coming to watch this one, they were 11-4 down in the second game, Endo and Hayakawa. Pulled it back to win the game, look, and such a close, deciding game. Well, these are the top seeds. Japan, the 5th seeds. And this is the last day of group team competition. 8 countries go home with very little to show, apart from the pride of having played here in Kunshan. And 8 countries go through to a fresh draw. The quarterfinals will start tomorrow. We will be bringing you unrivaled coverage throughout the day. Coverage starts at 1 p.m. local time tomorrow, with another match at 7 p.m. following. So an afternoon and an evening session. There will be no early morning session. Well, a few errors coming from these two now.
12-11.
Against almost anybody else in the world, that point would have been dead and buried, but not so. Oh, it's landed in.
13-12.
That was missed.
14.
Well, things going from bad to worse for Fu and Zhang. And the memories of the recent All England loss to the Japanese pairing haunting them now, you'd imagine.
It's over. 13-14.
Well, they just will not yield. So resilient in defense, these two in red. And it was the dead net cord that separated them in the end. What a match. A sheer test of character and will of both teams. Remarkable. A little too greedy with the off backhand angle. And again, it's Fu and Zhang marginally in front.
15-14.
Something that they've done far more throughout the course of this match than their opponents today. Again. Good leave. Fu just able to
17-14.
dodge the oncoming bullet. A run of 5 points then. Steep angle created from the good vertical jump from Zhang. Six points in a row. How have they managed that?
18-14.
3 points away from a 2-0 match lead in this tie against the defending champions, with Lindan to back up. Now that's reassuring.
It's over.
Well, it sort of teetered and wobbled on the top of the net cord for a while, did that one.
Court 4, Riichi of Ueda Cup, women's doubles, Australia versus Germany. Raymond Chen, Joy Line, Australia.
Steep angle from Fu. An insistence, bullying his way through that one.
It's over. 19-15.
Well, to be fair, as hard as the Japanese have played, they have been playing second fiddle throughout, frankly. They've been playing catch-up. They've done amazingly well in doing so. But you do feel that the front runners more often are in the deserved position. Well, it went the way of China, and listen to what it means to them. 81 minutes have come and gone. 5 match point opportunities for Fu and Zhang. And again denied by the net court. The Japanese, they fought valiantly. A really great match to watch. In terrific spirit. But in the end, the might of Fu and Zhang, in accordance with the world rankings. The world ranked third pair coming through after 81 minutes.
Match won by China. 21-19, 25-27, 21-15.
There it is then, conclusion of that one. A pat on the back for his partner. What an entertaining evening it is. Confirmation of the score, 21-15 in the decider for Fu and Zhang. Don't go anywhere, we are going to be treated to Lin Dan up next. He's doing battle against Takuma Ueda. Confirmation of the scoreline then. Chen Long with the win, Fu and Zhang to back it up. China 2-love up against the defending champions, playing for the right to be seeded in tomorrow's quarterfinal draw. Lin Dan up next against Takuma Ueda. Ueda ranked 44th in the world. He's been as high as 12th in the world back in July 2013, the 27-year-old. He's played 9 tournaments this year, but he will have his work cut out, no doubt, playing against the legend that is Lin Dan, reigning an Olympic world champion, indeed twice Olympic champion, 5 times world champion, 4 times Asian champion. Oh, the list goes on, doesn't it, for Lin Dan? Recent All-England champion as well. Quite an incredible record. The most decorated and successful player ever in the history of badminton, Lin Dan. He's had a good year as well, the 32-year-old. 63 career titles. I watched him win Bonnie China Masters and it was magnificent, frankly. He's a man that makes the difficult look ridiculously easy, and in that it's a treat to watch him. But that said, it was a little bit of a petulant display according to several pundits, if you will, the last match that he played. Here he is, Lin Dan. What a reception he's getting. Takuma Ueda with it all to do then. His team trailing love 2. Well, he had a rough match with one of the French players.
Have a good match. Okay.
With Lin Dan in his only single showing.
Blue.
But he came through in 3 close games. But it was deemed to be a little bit of a petulant performance, frankly. He looked disinterested and sloppy, really, by his own lofty standards. But perhaps he'll redeem himself today and come out and start with the brilliance that we know that he can. There we are then, just confirmation. Lin Dan from China, the world number 3, up against Takuma Ueda, world number 44, former top 12 player. But that was almost 3 years ago now, the 27-year-old. But there is Lin Dan from Fujian province. His wife was here the other day, and it's good to see her watching. So he's won the German Open this year, has Lin Dan, and the All England Open as well. His 20th Super Series title. That was Takuma Ueda, 5 years his junior. Born in Tokyo. Played only 9 tournaments in 2016, Takuma. 8 first-round losses and 1 round of 16 at the Asian Badminton Champs. Have to go all the way back to the Canadian Open in June for a semi-final showing. So he's been struggling with confidence, possibly injury even, but you can see Lin Dan leads the head-to-head 2-0. Last meeting was indeed in the BWF Sudirman Cup. Lin Dan won in straight games. So, what kind of mood is he in today? It wasn't a great one the other day against the French. He came from the practice hall and the camera sort of followed him through and he swaggered around, but he was a step behind the pace, really. He got through in the end because he just can, but he was far from his top gear.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, China, represented by Lin Dan. On my left, Japan, represented by Ueda Takuma. And to serve, Double play.
So Takuma Ueda to get us underway. On the far end of the net. Brilliant opening point from both. Minimal applause for the Japanese camp in comparison to the mass of Chinese people here celebrating every time Lin Dan will win a point, no doubt. They love him, absolutely love him. He's a real talent. He's the Roger Federer of the badminton world. I liken him to. He's just so cheeky and audacious, the way that he plays those deceptive shots. And there's a majestic lethargy about the way that he does his business that's just compelling to watch. It's just like watching a cheeky schoolchild answer the headmaster back, isn't it? You can't give me a detention. This. So what are we going to get out here? Well, we know that Lin Dan is just the master of deception and disguise. Takuma Ueda, well, it's all just, you know, obviously a little bit more straightforward, if you will, plain kind of badminton, not so much deception. Easier to read, relatively unimaginative compared to somebody like Lin Dan. Of course it is, they're a rare breed. So it should be plain sailing. But he's come out with a decent level of intensity today, Lin Dan. In contrast to the other day in the match against France. And the crowd far more appreciative, and you do wonder whether celebrity status, personality starts to change and kind of think that perhaps they're slightly above it. I don't know what happened the other day, but he certainly wasn't himself. But anyhow, that's without dwelling on the negative, I think he's a wonderful man and a real, you know, refreshing player to watch. Oh, well, how about that? Lin Dan left scratching his head. Takuma Ueda having the last laugh. Look at this. Remarkable. The shuttle was well behind him. I normally have complete control of that situation. Well, rarely see Lin Dan outdone and flat-footed as well. Compliments to the Japanese brilliance there. Oh, look at the quality on arguably one of the most difficult shots in badminton, the reverse slice. He makes that look so easy, doesn't he? It's just not fair, is it? Look at this. Control with the block, but look at that fading around the inside of the shuttle. Heaps of spin. You can see why Ueda's never taken more than 13 in a game off of Lindan.
Court 3, the group stage of Thomas Cup men's doubles, New Zealand versus South Africa.
Well, their last showing was in June of last year at Suitable Cup, but prior to that it was July 2014. So no showing, no meeting between these two this year.
That's over. 9-4.
Well, it's in both ways.
That's over.
Well played.
9-9.
A bit too cute with the angle.
That's over.
Yeah, we likened the performance in conversation the other day of Lindan against Lucas Clairbeau as sort of a bit like he wants to be winning without putting himself out. He wants to be doing it in third gear almost, and it was all hand skills and very little legs to the shuttle and discipline about the performance. And in contrast, you've got Chen Long, who really does leave it all out there, which is admirable, and why, of course, he also is so loved. But he wants to do it in style, does Lindan. Nothing wrong with that, but he needs to get the W, as he did the other day, of course. But all a little bit alarming for the Chinese fans. 21-8, he won the deciding game against Clairbeau. Oh, it's good again. Well played. It's probably frustrating, Lindan, just being out there in these long rallies. And it's almost a deja vu situation that we saw merely minutes ago. But the radar off in terms of leaves for Lindan at the moment. Opting for a change of racket as they are nearing mid-game interval. So, Japanese player doing very respectably at the moment. Just the 3 points between them. So Lindan with a 4-point lead. He'll stand more comfortably at the mid-game interval than his opponent. But it's not been quite as lopsided as we thought, this one. This man acquitting himself very well, despite missing that last smash. He's working hard.
软压，快打一下软压，然后高球，就这个把它结合起来。对啊，好吧，提醒一下，就发接发，他的剧本推得多，可以有时候动动脑筋。球慢，对，球慢，对。
That was the kind of body language that we saw the other day from player to coach. It looks kind of disinterested. Veering on disrespectful. So 11-7 up then, Lindan with the serve. Ueda peppering the forehand side of Lindan. He's got it wrong. He's none from 3 in that corner with his leaves. They've all landed in. Surely sooner or later he has to play 1 or 2 of those. Enough pace on the smash just to buckle the backhand of Lindan. 2 points in a row for Takuma Ueda. I'll tell you what's really encouraging for Japanese badminton is that they really have been kind of hamstrung of the fact that they're not with Kento Momota or Kenichi Tago or the other player as well that we mentioned earlier, Nishimoto, also notable in absence. But of course, when those guys rejoin the squad, you'd imagine that they are just, going to go from strength to strength. Because if these guys are holding the fort the way they are, and despite the overall tie scoreline of 2-love to China, it's been very closely contested. When guys like Momota come back into the fold, well, that really does get quite interesting. And you can see how they can be a real serious threat to the might of China with that kind of depth to their squad. Zhang and Haifeng just getting the breakdown from the coaches. Lindan not having all his own way. He's been pegged back. To remind you, if you are just joining us, he was 12-7 up in the a while ago. That's 5 points in a row for Takuma. That one spilt wide. I bet Lindan was grateful to see that one out. Well, it has to be said, there's a sort of nonchalance about Lindan at the moment. Whether that's just my perception, I am not purposely, I love the guy, I think he's absolutely brilliant, but I just am perplexed with this kind of performance a little. Almost as if he seems to be sort of saving himself for the Olympics, I don't know, in August. But he's had such a good showing this year. I saw him at Bonnie China Masters, and he was just diligent and really working hard. But when you look at the levels of intensity going on both sides of the net, I mean, I know Lindan makes the game look particularly easy. But he looks like he's kind of strolling around sometimes.
15-13.
And of course he reads the game so quickly. What a year he's had though. 3 titles, Bonnie China Masters, All England Open, German Open, a couple of semis, Singapore Open, Badminton Asian Championships, quarterfinals of the Malaysian Open. Second round Indian Open, that was his poorest result this year. Second round, lost to Son Wan Ho in 47 minutes. Just spilling long because of the drift. So Ueda really making a fist of this opening game. In keeping with his compatriot, Sho Sasaki, against Chen Long. Indeed, taking the opener. Brilliant performance that was. Lindan having to be careful here. This man a dangerous opponent if he's been ranked as high as 12th in the world in the past. Quick to close, well played. It was the forehand drive angle that got him in that good position. Boom. Hush in the arena. People desperate to see their superstar accelerate ahead right now. And in timely fashion, he does so. The last 2 points going to the world number 3. Well played. So Takuma Ueda just insistent that the court's rather wet. He's been sweating profusely. Of course, all players will be hydrating a lot. It's pretty warm out here in this stadium, and they'll be taking on a lot of fluids because they don't want to cramp, obviously. Well, 3 points separate them right now in favour of Lindan. Can really turn on the style when he wants, seemingly. 2 points away from sealing the opener. Oh, steep angle, and there's Lindan's wife.
28.50.
Cheeky angle. Oh, and again it's landed in, but he's opted for the challenge. And he's walking to his bag. Almost as if he knows something we don't. I think that is out, you know. Maybe long. Didn't look wide. Respectfully he's up, just in case he's called back into duty, because it is in, right on the edge. Good job, lines judge.
16-20. China has one challenge remaining. Thanks.
So still 4 game point opportunities for Lindan here. Brilliant smash.
17-20.
Brilliant. 3 in a row for Ueda. Really well played. Lindan still with another couple of game point opportunities as we change the shuttle again. that one is long. So he gets there in the end, 21 points to 18. Lindan seals the opening game after 25 minutes played.
ワンジャンプの上でクロススマッシュやちょっとしっかりいかないで次の自分の動きが厳しい。
自分がはっきり言って次出れるんやったら大丈夫って言ってます。それだけになるやったらじゃあダメ、もう一回それで。
Lindan with the body language suggesting he just wants to be left alone, turning his back to the coaches. Conversely, Takuma Ueda soaking up the tactical pearls of wisdom from his coaches.
One, 20 seconds. 1, 20 seconds.
But he's the air of someone who feels very at home on the big stage because he's had so much exposure over the years, the 32-year-old Lindan. Inner belief so important in world sport, irrespective of which sport it is.
Second game.
Power, speed, passion and drama. He brings the lot, Lindan. Into game two then. Lindan wins the opening game.
Ball. That's over. 1 love.
Well, there was no love lost in that look from Lindan, I can assure you of that. Well, with the drift on his back, that one's always going to spill long.
That's over.
Just takes a little while for these players to adjust, of course, to the ends, naturally.
Two, 1.
That's a brilliant return that set the point up.
Two, 3.
Such a good sense of how to create space on the court, knowing intuitively where to hit the next shuttle to, Lindan.
4, 2.
Well, they've been on court for exactly half an hour now. And Dan, you fill in the driving seat here, as he's got the benefit of the drift on his face, if you will.
6-2.
Brilliant smash. Pretty explosive up there, actually, Takuma Ueda. He's had a lot of outright winners from the backcourt.
3-6.
It's an unusual scene, isn't it? Lindan leaving so many shuttles and several of them landing in. That one was indeed going out. Well, maybe the fact that he was rested yesterday has kind of done him no favours, really. He just seems sort of erratic with his spurts of performance. We've seen shards of brilliance, but no great consistency from the great man.
8-5.
Nonchalantly dispatched. There's an ease, isn't there, to whatever he does. Thunderous of change of pace there. Well, that one was wide. There's some flamboyance to that leave. Quite entertaining. Now, let's check out the body language here. Five-point advantage at the mid-game interval.
自分がしっかりいけるときは綺麗にいけばいいです。ダメだったらつなげるだけでもいいです。そのメリハリ自分でつけない。ダメなのに早くやろうとするからだからミスするやんです。1ゲームでちょっと我慢して敵の声だけで飛んだって。
been pretty deadly with the smashes. Takuma Ueda, very forceful, particularly down the line.
11-6.
He's majored his assault onto the forehand side of Lindan this evening. But this is a man who can put players like Chen Long in his place. Straight games he beat him in the Bonnie China Masters final in Guangzhou recently.
12-6.
And he's been, again, I wouldn't say really at his best consistently. That's what we're used to. Masterful.
13-6.
But there's only been sprinklings of that this evening so far. Well, he could have put the point to bed right then, and he knows it does, Lindan. And he's strutting around at the back of the court like a child that's been told off. He likes to do things in such style and swagger. Look how high this one sprung up off the strings. It got himself in a world of trouble, and he frustrates himself sometimes. It must be so difficult when you've got so much talent on tap that you have multiple options in a lot of situations. And I guess that's what he was wrestling with there, because at the end of the day, it was a poor choice and poor execution. Very unlike him, to be fair. Just wide from Ueda. He's pretty explosive up there when he wants to be. Lindan has won 6 of the last 7 points. It's a really well-engineered point from the Japanese player. Who's a little bit more textbook the way he goes about his business, as most have to be, that don't have the talent of a man called Lindan. But he has the work rate, Ueda, and that is commendable in itself. He's working tirelessly out here just to chalk up as many points as he can.
And challenges called out.
Close. Well, it was indeed a correct call. Well done, lines judge.
Unsuccessful. Service over. 88. And the small challenge remaining. Play.
Well, demonstrating just how good a player he is when he really wants to get his head round the task. At times he can belittle this world number 44. It's all Lin Dan this game. Ueda did well, taking 18 points from the world number 3 in the opening game. Look at the way he's dictating now with authority. Sublime control as well. When he's got you on the run, he won't relinquish too easily, Lin Dan. 12 match point opportunities then to put this one to bed in straight games. There it is, the thunderous finish from the world number 3. China go 3-love up in this tie. Lin Dan comes through in 42 minutes. He salutes his fans, and inside will be delighted that he's through. At the loss of only 26 points against the world number 44. Always a pleasure watching him play. Never quite know what he's going to bring mentally, but that was a decent second game. And a pretty good performance from Lin Dan. There's confirmation of the score. 42 minutes it took him. So China lead 3-0 in the overall tie score against the defending champions. And they have avenged defeat from 2014. Lin Dan walks past and the fans acknowledge they love him, and so they should. He's one in a million. Next up, it's going to be men's doubles 2. Junhui and Siwei against Takeshi, Kamura and Keigo, Sonoda. Well, that's the overall score in the tie. The third tie of the day here on court 1 from the Kunshan Sports Center, Jiangsu province. It's approaching 11 o'clock local time, and we've still got 2 more matches to go. Do stay with us. Some really good men's doubles coming up with a 6'5" towering giant in Li Junhui alongside Zheng Siwei for China. They're up against Kamura and Sonoda of Japan. Kamura and Sonoda are world ranked 16th at the moment. They've been as high as 12th in the world in June 2014, the 26-year-olds. So that should be an interesting match in itself, because Li Junhui, well, he is a player of stature, and I think there's some concern in the camp actually about the fitness of his partner in men's doubles, who himself is a lovely player, Liu But I think he might be injured. I'm not altogether sure, and I'm stabbing a guess, but he hasn't played in the last 2 matches, and that is quite a blow because he really does play well with Li. But they're a promising young pairing, Li and Liu. But Liu absent at the moment, and he's been subbed by Siwei of China, who is a very good young player in his own right. So the court officials are ushered onto the court, led out by young 19-year-old Siwei. Who in doubles is ranked 54th in the world. This young man at the front normally plays with Huang Qiexing. They won the Brazil Open in 2015 and the last 3 tournaments together. But with this partner, it's a scratch partnership with the giant Li Junhui, who's world ranked 11th.
Black or white? White. You have black. So black. So you Zheng.
So this man here has a monstrous game, 6'5". You wait, every time the shuttle is lifted or cleared to him, you see what he brings with that leverage. It's rather Kolding-like from Denmark in the way that he just crushes the shuttle, and he's got a really relaxed demeanor on the court as well, and a nonplussed look. You can't get a read on his facial expressions at all. It's quite intimidating, and he's quick as well. His flat hard drive's really imposing. So just confirmation of the match that we're watching then, the 4th match of the day, or the tie I should say. Li Junhui and Siwei from China take on Takeshi Kamura and Keigo Sonoda. There's Li Junhui. Only 21 years old, 6'5" tall, from Liaoning province. But that frame of his would really take some managing, and his partner today, Siwei, who is a good forecourt player, well, a good all-round player, no doubt about that, but a really good young player. One on the up for China. There's so many of them, isn't there? But this fella's only 19, from Zhejiang province. Currently ranked 54th in doubles. Keigo Sonoda of Japan. Toyama he's from. Both these Japanese players are 26 years old. And they are quick. Currently ranked 16th, been as high as 12th. That was in June 2014, a couple of years ago. But a force to be reckoned with. No head-to-head showings between these two. But Li Junhui will be very aware of their strengths and weaknesses, because he himself has a lofty ranking of 11th with his regular partner. Let's hope he's fit and well enough to carry on and resume from the quarterfinals. But we still can bring you our men's singles number 3 after this men's doubles as well. It's going to be Tian Houwei against Riichi Takeshita, 6th against 97th ranked. But for the moment, it's the 4th match of the tie. It's a men's doubles, the men's doubles 2. And again, a change in the coaching team. Young Siwei at the front there, just practicing a serve, whilst Li gets nimble at the back. But he, for me, is a really big force for Chinese doubles badminton moving forward, Li Junhui. I think he's incredibly powerful and difficult to play against, and he's got the intimidation factor as well, being one so tall. Doesn't give much away, as I say, but you wait until you watch him play. It's really quite something special. And these fellas with the long levers can just wrench the match out of your hand.
Presented by Riichi, Junhui, Zheng, Siwei. My left, Japan, presented by Kamura, Takeshi, Sonoda, Keigo. China, serve, Zheng, Siwei, to Takeshi, Kamura, level, play.
Look how quick they are from the off. Front court player absolutely dialed in. That man was bionic. Where did that come from? And there's the big man, as I say. Not only does he play the backcourt extremely well, but he's quick as well. Most big men aren't, but he has a strong core. He's lightning. As is Zheng as well. So it's fascinating, actually, because for different reasons, injuries and what have you, or just off form, you need to be a pliable, versatile team. And nice to see young Siwei in the team here. Second time he's played alongside Siwei. They had a win the other day as well against France. But in the win over Mexico, it was Chen who was the favoured partner of Li.
That's over. 3, 2.
Well, that's the favoured shot from the Japanese. If they are playing the shuttle to Li, they want to tie him up in the body because he's got those long swings and cuts at the ball. They want to handcuff him so that he can't release the racket head by hitting it right onto his chest. It's got all the body language and the vigor and the cries, the roars, the bravado to go with it, the Japanese team. There's an energy about them that's quite something. Nice try with the interception. Again into the body, see how effective it is. But you've really got to smack it because Li is quick. Nothing between them then. Sharing points all the way to 5-all. They might not have the power of the tallest player on court, but they certainly have the speed agility. Look at that. That's a real area of strength, and that's why they're ranked 16th in the world, these two. They're like Duracell bunnies. They just keep on going. But this man at the back has such a relaxed disposition. He looks almost disinterested, but I can assure you he's not. There's the weighty smash I was telling you about, bone-crushing power. And of course, what it does, particularly with these guys, you'd imagine over time, is it means that their court position, whenever they do make a lift, will really shift and retreat back because of the power of Li's overhead. And this man's not too shoddy either, frankly. He's a good player, particularly useful in the forecourt. Racket not facing downwards on the serve then. So fault called on Zheng. Well, so little between these two teams. Very quick, very explosive. Look at that quality return. He was on that before it had barely come out off of the server's racket. Brilliant to watch, isn't it, men's doubles? Flat, hard, fast drives, rat-a-tats, it's got it all. Power smashes, speed, agility, angles. Oh, deceptive. The way he looked the other way there, that was just cheeky. It's good. Lee quick to pounce. You really got to keep your wits about you because the Japanese duo are just lethal with their speed. So whenever Lee gets hold of the shuttle, and Zheng as well, they have to really hit with authority. Because if you give the Japanese players time, it's tricky. Quick return, pounced on it just so early.
15-11.
Well played, Zheng. Kept the angles in the knees, stayed low, racket tip up, fully alert.
11.
Quick to intercept. Oh, what a good point. Well, Japanese team have done so well so far because Lee, his strength is his smash. And he's only hit them sporadically, so they're keeping it away from that area of strength. And for that, they need credit. Because they're keeping the shuttle very, very low, very fast, changing direction effectively, playing a very smart match. Well, the Chinese couple have had a couple of runs of 3 points at a time. Japanese only 1 run of 3 points, so it's been a very close game. Oh, he almost made that behind the back. That would have been cheeky. As quick as they are, the blue and white of China have that marginal strength and power in their shots. But that said, the speed of the Japanese is just lightning.
15-18.
Great to watch. Takes fast twitch muscle fiber to a whole new level, doesn't it, watching the men in red?
15.
Especially with their neon yellow shoes. It's just a blur. In fact, all, well, 3 of the 4 players in neon yellow. Oh, good retrieving from the Reds.
Time's over. 16-19.
There's the power shining through from the man on the left of your picture. Still, the Japanese remain undeterred. they're very dangerous to play cat and mouse with, aren't they? Because they are so quick. But these two have contained them pretty well throughout this opening game. But can they get a lid on it? Well, the lift is the last resort, and that's the reason why, because it comes back with that kind of power. They know they can ill afford that tactic, and it's only used in desperate measures. But Lee so quick to get up there and slam dunk another from 6'5". They seal the opening game then after 14 minutes, 21 points to 8. As the change ends. 21-18, I say, beg your pardon.
20 seconds. 20 seconds.
So, can the might of China contain Kamura and Sonoda, as they did so well in the opening game? It was really tight all the way through. 21-18 was the scoreline after 14 minutes played.
Level. Play. One love.
It was in both ways.
3-2.
3 points in a row for Kamura and Sonoda. Just missing. And what they make up for, what they lack in height and size, they make up for in noise. Roaring almost every point, kind of nervously, but it's working. Again, Zheng with the power that time.
4-3.
Well, Lee challenged immediately, the hand went up.
China, challengers calls out.
The heart's beating, gone upstairs again. All eyes up towards the big screen at either end of the Kunshan Sports Centre as we approach 11:25 local time in the evening here in Kunshan. And it is indeed out.
Challenge unsuccessful. Service over. 4-all. China, 1 challenge remaining. Play.
Struck above the waist.
Service over. 5-all. Service over. 6-5.
Well, totally redeemed the service fault there with a terrific return. Brilliant. Combine so well together, don't they? Taking the shuttle so early.
7-5.
Yeah, got behind him. Should have let his partner have that one. Bit of miscommunication there.
6-7.
Oh, that's a brilliant point. Fabulous level of control under so little time to play with. And I thought once Lee got hold of that vicious overhead, then that would be it. But it a crushing sound as it smashed against his racket, but it still came back. They earned that luck.
9-6.
Harder you work, the luckier you get. Who was it said that? Was it Jack Nicklaus? One of the golfers, I think, many years ago. Power telling from Lee.
Over. 7-9.
And again, the Lee smash coming to the fork, retrieving the score to 9-all. Well, it's about doing the best you can to the mid-game interval, and then you've earned yourself a nice rest. So who's going to go there with a marginal lead? Oh, that's fabulous return. So the interval lead in favour of the Japanese team by 1 point. Such a level contest throughout, so little between them. And that came down to a dead let cord.
今例えば上げちゃうわな準備早くよたまに上げちゃうですよね今相手にそこから一回でこれ勉強ですねこれパッタ上げちゃったら自分の勉強ねでカモラさっきあなた綺麗でしょただまま綺麗できるからちょっと少し飛ぶだけちょっとそれですけどそれセーフィスはちょっと1ミリ上をちょっと
They've been impressive, haven't they? So fast and furious, so focused, so vocal. Unintimidated by the size and stature of the big man on the other side of the net. Another terrific early return from Zheng.
11 all.
Good retrieval from the big man. Sadly, it just popped up a little too high and got the treatment. Did well here to claw out something. Sonoda so quick to pounce, racket right out in front the whole way through there, just leaving nothing to chance. Getting his legs right through the shot well.
12 all.
That is fantastic work from Sonoda. Kamura, beg your pardon. Look at this. Look how quickly he reads that. Fabulous perception skills. Sustained early play from both the Chinese players there to keep the pressure on. They know if they give these guys time on the shuttle, then they're in trouble. Yes. He's looked rather animated there. I've not seen him like that before. Almost doing double knee jumps on the court after that point. Look at this. Giving them a dose of their own medicine. Long way out.
Challenge unsuccessful. Service over. 14 all. China. No challengers remaining. Play.
Kamura has completely come alive, and well,
15-14.
there's something very special about these two. They have such a court presence and an energy. It's like they've been pasta loading for the last week. Came over in the end. Zheng breaks for Siwei.
16.
Players will travel with 8 to 12 rackets in the bag. Puts away. Thunderous. Raining down thunderbolts from the sky there. Zheng backing up Lee very well. So in keeping with the opening game, very tight second one as well.
Serve's over. 17-16.
Did well to get the first one back. Not the second. So 1 point advantage to Team Japan as we head towards the sharp end of this second game.
Over. 17 all. $18-17.
2 in a row for Lee and Zheng. Make that 3, and the crowd's volume just ratchets up. Coach barks out an instruction to the Chinese players, seemingly as if to maintain the tempo. Good leave. They're delighted at that. That was a big thrash, smash kill from Zheng. 3 match points. Well, it says something when a scratch parent from China is on the cusp of taking out the world-ranked 16th team in the world. So 1 match point saved, 2 to go. Brilliant return to seal the match from Lee. A cracking spectacle to watch. After just over half an hour, then 34 minutes it took them. 21-18, 21-18.
Match won by China,
21-18, 21-18.
And despite the quality fare on offer and the really close matches that we've seen, China miraculously are 4-love ahead in this tie, with Chen, Houwei to come. There's confirmation of the scoreline after 34 minutes. 21-18, 21-18 to Li Junhui and Siwei. We'll be bringing you singles match number 3 just after a short interval. They were denied this evening, but a strong showing from the Japanese nonetheless. Spirited fight. So that's where we're at, 4-0 in this tie. Can't believe it, because Japan have been so close on so many occasions, but denied. But there's where it's at. 2 very close first matches, both going the distance, but then the second 2 a lot more straightforward. That said, though, there were tough, tight score lines throughout. But it's going to be Tian Houwei of China, the singles runner-up of the All England Open this year, losing out to Lin Dan in that very final. He was Houdini-esque in the way that he escaped. He lost the opening game of each of his matches up until the final. But he's going to be taking on the might of Riichi Takeshita, who's just inside the top 100 himself. So that'll be our final match of the evening. All the other 3 courts are done and dusted. And we're still going strong here, 11:40 local time, with another match to bring you. It's been a really fabulous evening of tight badminton throughout, very watchable. We've seen the world number 1, the world number 3, and now the world number 6 from China in action. 3 top tenors. Remember, after this, the draw for the quarterfinals will be done. So it's possible that these 2 teams play each other tomorrow as well, because only one of them will be seeded. And of course, well, there's a 1 in 4 chance that the 4 non-seeds will be drawn against China as well. So it could well be Japan again. You just don't know. As I say, 25% chance. So it'll be interesting to see confirmation of all the other groups. I can't tell you off the top of my head what they are, but it'll all be done and dusted later and computed the other side of midnight, one would imagine, once this match has been decided. And Group A, the last to conclude, is done so. And then the draw will be done for the quarterfinals. It'll all be online, of course. And it'll become more apparent as we head towards tomorrow morning. Here are our players. Riichi, Takeshita at the back, led out by Tian, Houwei. Chen off of a career high. There he is, 24 years old. Played 6 tournaments this year. First round the Indian Open, 3 quarterfinals, the German Open. Lost to Jano Jorgensen, Malaysia Open, lost to Chen Long, Singapore Open, lost to Sun Wan Ho. Let's listen to the spin.
Red it is, it's your choice. You want it to be on this side?
He wants to be on that side, okay.
And you receive.
So it's been a good year for Tian Houwei. For Riichi, Takeshita, world ranked 97th. He's been as high as 33rd in the world, March 2015. Only played 3 tournaments this year, this player, and the only result of substance for the 26-year-old from Saga is making the New Zealand Open final this year. So he's been as high as 33rd in the world. Turning our attention now to this young 24-year-old, playing off of a career high ranking from Fujian province's Tian Houwei. It's been a year that's been very kind to him so far, but testament to the hard work that he's put in. You can see he's got some preventative strapping on his left knee. They've met twice before. The last showing was in the Korean Grand Prix Gold, where Tian Houwei had his way. That was back in 2013, though, in November. And their only previous encounter was in June 2012, the Thailand Open, where Takeshita came through that one, 21-17. Almost 4 years ago, though, now. That really does seem rather irrelevant, the head-to-head showing between these two. So we're ready to go. A couple of lunges for the Japanese player.
And on my left, China represented by Tian Houwei.
So a generous hand then, particularly for Tian Houwei from the partisan crowd. It's going to be Takeshita to get us underway. Well, it's a tough ask on these players, isn't it, to be playing at 11:45 at night, frankly. They've also had to deal with all the emotionality of watching their compatriots do battle, if you will, out in the stadium. And of course, for them, it's about kind of almost trying to stay away from that situation a little. So no doubt they'll have been excused to relax in whichever way they can, and sort of probably been in the changing room, stretching out multiple times, and just trying to reserve their energy, keep hydrated, get some food down, probably a few hours before, and just prime themselves in anticipation of when they might be on. And of course, when you're 5th on, well, that's 4 matches before you, and goodness knows how you're supposed to sort of plan in terms of when you can, get on. You obviously have like a quantifiable time in your mind for how long each match might take, and times that by 4 and then make a judgment call about when you might be on. So, but this is rather late. And of course, tomorrow, both of these teams are going to have to come back and put on a show in the quarterfinals. More important than this, frankly, as well. So it's going to be interesting to see whether they go lights out to, to get this done.
Over. 3, 4.
Tian, by nature, is a very patient player, uses his fitness. And this is going to be a testing match, you can tell.
Challenging the call. Trouble was called out.
Call stands.
5-4. China has 1 challenge remaining. Play.
Chen, Houwei with his work cut out here. Takeshita playing very, very explosively. 5-point shy now then, Tian. Brilliant finish.
Minnesota 5-9.
And suddenly the lead is evaporating rather quickly for Riichi. Oh, so quick to close. Well played.
Minnesota 10-6. Minnesota 7-10.
Well, he's been under a lot of pressure throughout, has Tian Houwei, but he's keeping his calm. Lady Luck's on his side. Well played, right into the right hip of Riichi. Takeshita could do nothing with that. That said, that was good touch. He goes into the mid-game interval with a 3-point advantage, which will delight him. Japanese just desperate to salvage something. It's been a long evening at the office from their perspective, and your sympathies go out to them because Sasaki in particular, hour and 25 minutes, it was really, really tough for him. So Team Japan with the marginal lead here of 3 points in this opening game. It's all about salvaging some sort of match. Oh, just spilt wide. 4 points between them now. Tian gesturing that the shuttle needs changing. Riichi, Takeshita sustain this advantage. Oh, beautiful angle, but just spilt wide.
Service over, 9-12.
Houwei will be desperate to get this opening game and get this match to bed, and indeed himself to bed. You'd imagine, with sterner tests that await from the quarterfinals onwards. Oh, thunderous finish. The lift just a little too short.
10-12.
Two-point deficit now. Tian with the serve. Despite the power lift, it was well taken in response.
13-10.
Well, you have to take your hat off to Riichi Takeshita. He's taken this in his stride. He's been a top 35 player in the world, but now just inside the top 100. Can he keep Tian Houwei out here and controlling him like this? Hesitated. Oh, he's missed it.
Service over, 14-11.
Oh, he's playing so well right now. Barely put a foot wrong. Lift was a little short, in all honesty. Good leave. Tian Houwei is really up against it. Takeshita playing some brilliant badminton right now, almost as if, well, my peers haven't really done anything, so I'm going to see if I can cause havoc here and ruin the party. I'm going to pull the plug out of your stereo, China. Metaphorically speaking, of course. As we just cross midnight
13-15.
here in Kunshan.
17-15.
Another thunderous smash kill from Takeshita, who's been varying his smashes side to side well.
Over 15-16. Play. Over 17-15. Over 16-17.
Well, he's been up against it throughout. He's steadied the ship now. Back level. Can he accelerate away? Imagine if Houwei gets the opening game, then perhaps the assault from Takeshita will weaken. Oh, fabulous point. Using all four corners of the court so well, Houwei there. Putting his opponent under a lot of pressure. Well, that stops four in a row for Houwei, and it's timely as well because he's nearing getting the opening game going his way. He's just asking the umpire to get the court attendant to sweep the sweat away. So Houwei just 2 points away from this opening game, and what a turnaround that would be. Been up against it throughout. Remember, he was 9-4 down early on. Well, it was very close. He's challenged. Lines judge called it out immediately. He disputes it, and it was plumb on the line. From here, we could see that in our replay.
Zhang has no challenge remaining. Play.
Oh, fabulous rally from both. Testament to the high fitness level. Houwei was everywhere in that point. Riichi keeping control of it well. So Riichi Takeshita with a game point of his own here. Snuffed out immediately. To deuce we go. Game will be decided by 2 clear points. Too much pressure from Takeshita, keeping the tempo high. Great badminton. So again, second game point opportunity for this man, who's played well above his ranking. Fabulous reflexes, wow, and that was timely. He stayed calm and believed in himself and just watched the shuttle really closely as he backed off. So he's been thunderous overhead, Takeshita, but that was brilliant. And again, we go to deuce for the second time, 21 all. Misses by quite a margin because he redlined at that with intensity, and often you lose control when you flash at it that hard. Well, landed on or around the line because he didn't even challenge. Yeah, right on the line to his frustration. So credit to Riichi Takeshita, 23-21. He wins the opening game after 26 minutes. Well, we've brought you 48 matches played over the last 4 days here from Kunshin Sports Center. And, we're actually into day 5 now because it's almost 12:15 in the morning local time. Houwei has just yielded the opening game to the the frustration of some of the Chinese fans, no doubt. But now, a real test of his character. Coaches will be looking for attitude and application from Tian Houwei, but he's succumbed in the opening game. Does he have what it takes to turn this one around? Riichi Takeshita from Japan playing well above his ranking. He's ranked 97th in the world right now against a man who's ranked 6th. But they're locked in at 1 apiece, head to head. Oh, that's in as well, and he's just having one of those days where seemingly Riichi is finding lines where Tian thinks it's just going long and opting not to play them, and it's costing him. Been burnt on so many occasions that he elected just to play that at the 11th hour, at the last minute, I should say. It's a fabulous point by the Japanese player there. Wonderful slice finish. And Tian Houwei must be blowing hard because it's been such a high-tempo physical contest here. You have to sort of pinch yourself to remind yourself who's the higher rank. This man's 6th in the world, and he's just getting bullied around by Takeshita. Has been, well, he has been as high as 33 in the world, but you know, that was a year or so ago. But he's playing well above that right now. But I wouldn't say that Tian Houwei is kind of underperforming. It's not like he's making heaps of unforced errors.
2, 3.
But sometimes that's the way, isn't it, for the man in red? You know, the expectation is really reduced. His compatriots have all lost. He's nothing really to prove. If he loses, well, that's kind of the norm, so he's pressure-free, and he really is playing some free, swinging badminton right now from the hip. He's totally relaxed, and it's often the way, isn't it? It's under the constraints of pressured moments that the best players can bring their best. But it would still nonetheless be a pretty much, you'd imagine, a career win. He's beaten Tian Houwei before, but that was a couple of years ago.
Four, 3.
Well, there's two ways of thinking of this as well, isn't there? From the Chinese perspective, they're through. They have their top-seeded status because they've won Group A. Even if they lost this match, it would still be 4-1, which would still put them in a generous position. But yet there's bragging rights and sort of personal pride at stake, if you will, for Tian Houwei, and I'm sure him and his coaching team would love to do the clean sweep of 5-0 of every match in Group A. They've done so far, as have Japan, incidentally. But it just shows the dominance when The top two teams are just crushing France and Mexico. And when they go toe-to-toe, well, 5-love was kind of on the agenda, frankly, as we headed into this match. Riichi, Takeshita having none of it. That one was long, as gestured by the lines judge to Tian's delight, I'm sure. Now, the Siwei, well, only just long, in fact, not an awful lot. I'm surprised this young man didn't challenge. Yeah, the sinewy, sort of willowy, languid build. He's not got a lot to carry, which is really handy. Rather Chen longish, whereas Tian Houwei slightly more powerful in build. More to carry, but more musculature as well. Thunderous finish. Really got hold of that one. But he wants the court sweeping as he ambles towards his towel. Match duration heading towards 5.5 hours now. As we approach 12:30 in the morning here in Kunshan. This 5th match still in the balance, with Chen Houwei in a stranglehold in this 2nd game now, the mid-game interval.
舒服的时候打，不舒服的时候自己耐心先进去，然后再连贯。
Tian hammering down to the backhand side more often than not then. Those smashes to his opponent. So from left to right as he hits it.
11-4. Play. 12-4.
Both smashes from both men. Very high quality. It's behind it so well, and look at the accuracy there. To within just a couple of inches of the line. And he needed that point badly, did Riichi Takeshita. Because that was 8 points in a row for Tian Houwei, just preceding that. Rally. I guess the question on the people, and there are quite a lot of them actually, that are around here just staying to watch the conclusion of this match. The question on everyone's lips that's left would be, how much does this man really want this match? Down on his knees in desperation there. It came off the net cord, but he wasn't far off, to be fair. Chen has elected to challenge.
China challenging. Shuttle was called out.
Yeah, call stands. Challenge unsuccessful.
Challenge unsuccessful. 10-14. China has one challenge remaining. Play.
So Riichi is clawing this one back, you feel. He's so dangerous, isn't he? He's not scared of these fast, flat exchanges either. Chen quick to close down there, though.
15-10.
It's a tight tumbling net shot from Takeshita there. Watch this. Beautifully done. Couldn't quite get the elevation.
over. 16-11.
Rally of the match so far. Brilliant.
It's over. 12-17.
Crowd enthralled by that close on top of the net there from Tian Houwei. His lead extended to 6 points now in the second game, a game in which he must win to carry on with the match. Not for lack of trying. Takeshita deadly with that forehand, and he does like to hit that one. So accurate. What is it with Japanese and their ability to fight back? So tough to put them away. So resilient. Very close, wasn't it? The lines judges with both of them their hands down, and you can see why. But worth a try from Tian's perspective. The crowd would love it if it was out, because it would put him in a much more dictatorial position in this game, and he's been right up against it, so you can see the rationale behind the challenge. It is, look at that. Credit to the lines judges' eyesight. That's amazing.
17-18. 18. China has no challenge remaining. Play. Over. 19-17.
Well, he was 18-12 up with a 6-point lead. Squandered it slightly, but credit to Takeshita, who's just playing really well. Again, going for the smash down the line. He loves that one. It's a great straight net shot, wonderful quality, so tight. So,
20, game point, 17.
Game point to level up here. And there it is, the short lift got what it deserved. Tian Houwei levels up, 21-17.
观众朋友们，感谢各位这么晚还陪伴在康尤杯比赛的现场。那么我们稍作休息，继续我们刚才的线上互动抽奖环节。我们现在要抽出的是2等奖，还有一组随身灯。让我们看一下大屏幕，谁会是这里的幸运观众呢？3、2、1，开始。好，恭喜几位朋友。那么呢，比赛结束后，请至场馆2号门入口再次进行时，拉倒处领取奖品，工作人员在等你们哦。
Well, in their previous head-to-head showings, it was back in June 2012 in the Thailand Open. And that year that Riichi Takeshita got the win. And he did indeed win the opening game, lost the middle game, but he won the deciding game, 21-17. So he will, in his mind's eye, cast his mind back to those positive memories, I'm sure. Chen Houwei has levelled the head-to-head showing at 1-1 with a win, as I said earlier, in the Korean Grand Prix Gold of 2013. That was in straight games, but it's going to be interesting to see the way this one swings. All to play for.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
So Riichi Takeshita of Japan, ranked 97 in the world, up against Chen Houwei of his career high of 6 in the world. Top tenor. Every player's dream. But he's in a dogfight out here at the start of the deciding game. They are. China 4-0 up in the tie already against Japan, the defending champions of 2014. They beat Malaysia in the final, to remind you. Now, one thing that this man is extremely physically fit.
Too close.
Thunderous change of pace mid-rally from Tian. Oh, what a thunderous finish to a cracking rally. Resume play, gentlemen. The umpire reminds them. I'm with Tian on this. It felt like it was slightly wide, I must admit. Lines judge had his hands down. Good call from Tianwei. Houwei, I should say. So the call was over. He's in menacing mood now, Houwei. He's had enough. He wants to get to bed. He's on a mission.
6 low.
Wow. Testament to the physicality of the man. What a brute he was there. Really putting in the hard yards. That was fantastic athleticism. Oh, he's made it. An amazingly tight net shot there. Take a look at this one. Wonderful, just slices around the outside of the shuttle. Well, he's getting a read on the Riichi Takeshita smash down the line now and seems to be covering more often than not. So whether that's the coaches that have made him aware, but that's really what's happening out here. No challenge, so he obviously saw space himself. And there's a slight resignation to the body language of the Japanese player now. I think he realizes that Tian Houwei really does mean business out here now. There's a physicality about the way he's going about himself, his business on the court. He's 11-2 up in the decider now. In the blink of an eye, this one is turning around Tian's way through sheer will and discipline. He's worked very, very hard to do so.
Play.
Just wide. So, does this man have it in him to really dig deep and take this match further and detain Tian Houwei? Well, risk-taking on the agenda. Well, it was, according to the backline judge, it spilt long. This is how he saw it. Not so sure looking at that. No, he was right to challenge.
Challenge successful. Correction in. Service over. 3-12. Japan has 2 challenges remaining. Play. Service over. 13-3.
The thing that really smacks you when you watch a match like this, as skilled as Riichi Takeshita is, it's the physicality of Tian Houwei there, who's just bullying his way through this match now. And that was called wide as well. Takeshita resigned to the fact that it did just spill out. Comfortable lead now for Tian Houwei. Well, it's a dynamic that Tian has found himself in a lot this year. Having watched the All England Open, every game, as I say, he was all the way to the final, and indeed in the final as well. He lost the opening game of every single match, only to escape with a sort of Houdini-esque style. But he's very good at doing that, and of course, it's because he has this deep-seated belief in how hard he trains. I mean, he's in great shape. Super agility around the net. Just as you think this man is dead and buried, it just keeps coming back at you. And it's a kind of Japanese prerequisite, isn't it? It's in their DNA. Incredible, real credit to them. Fight forever.
15-6. Goes over 7-15.
Brilliant finish. And still, his camp stay alongside, behind the court. Both the Chinese and the Japanese contingent are supporting him valiantly until the last point is played. Well, he had a 15-6 advantage. 3 in a row for Takeshita. Chan's got to be careful here, guard against complacency, because he knows how well this man can play. But he breaks the run of points for the Japanese player. Yes, quick to get to the forecourt to dispatch. Didn't want that shuttle to drop at all. Otherwise, he'd have had to take the pace off of that response. Look at that, super aggressive. Again, just upping the tempo, aggressive legs. Upping the movement. Just taking it to an uncomfortable level for Riichi Takeshita, who just wants to settle into points at this stage, you'd imagine. Brilliant smash. 3 in a row then for Houwei. He wants to put this one to bed now. We're nearing 1 AM local time. Match points aplenty. Well played, there's one save.
10-20.
It's missed. Houwei salutes the crowd. Watched on by his loyal supporters and teammates. He comes through 21-11 in the deciding game after 69 minutes played.
21-23, 21-17, 21-11.
Well, he did so in some style in the end, but it took him a while to get warmed up. But all credit has to go to his Japanese opponent, Riichi Takeshita, world ranked 97th, formerly 33rd in the world a few years ago. What a match he played to extend his opponent to that kind of scoreline. Really is credit worthy. So there's confirmation of the score then. Is China through in the end? 5 matches to 0. But it was a very close, watchable 5-0. Didn't seem like that at all. The first 2 opening matches, 84 minutes long and 81 minutes long for Chen and Zhang. Really close run of affairs. So we've brought you 48 matches then played over the last 4 days to decide the group finishes then. 2 teams from each of the groups will be going ahead into the quarterfinals, and the team that won their groups, well, they'll be the seeds moving forwards. There's the standings at the end of Group A then. China at the top with the 3 wins and 3 points as a consequence. Japan 2 points as well. France and Mexico go home with nothing, but it's been watchable nonetheless. So the teams in the quarterfinals, as you see it, China, Indonesia, Malaysia, Denmark, Japan, Hong Kong, Korea, and Chinese Taipei. But what's interesting is the fact that China could play Japan again tomorrow. Wow, how about that? It could happen, you know, because, well, it just depends on whether they're going to run in immediately to the top seeds again. You just don't know. It's a 1 in 4 chance. So that's what happened. Thanks for your company. It's been great. We've been on air now for what's been 6 hours. It's been lovely to have you along. From myself, Paul Hand, it's goodbye from me. Do join us on day 5, where we'll be bringing you live quarterfinal action. 1 o'clock local time is the first session, followed by the evening session, 7 o'clock. Do join us for that. Thanks for your company. Bye for now.